by the electroshocks. Again, Rasmea was arrested, once again stripped of citizenship. Some drink deeply of their freedom, some only get a little sip. The fact that she was tortured was not considered of import. Only Israeli military evidence was recognized by the American court. Now they say they will deport her from this city on the lake. They say that 20 years ago, she made a technical mistake. They say Rasmea is a terrorist, but I'd say, it would seem, Rasmea Ode is the victim of a terrorist regime. Saad Bannour is a friend of mine, but I'm lucky to know him. To be sure, he's from a land called Palestine, from the town of Beit Zahur. His house was a mile from where Jesus was born and a mile from a military base. He grew up under occupation. Such a lovely town, but such a terrifying place. When the first Intifada started, Saad was facing off with tanks. So many of the youth then became martyrs, and Saad almost joined their ranks. He was running from a death squad. Soldiers shot him in the chest and in the back. They shot him 6 times altogether, but Saad said, you guys just don't have the knack. He wouldn't die. He wouldn't die. They tried hard to kill him, but he just spat in their eye. He wouldn't die. He wouldn't die. He wouldn't die. A soldier came and kicked him to turn him over, a blow that broke 4 of his bones. A local doctor came to try to help him. The soldiers said, you leave him alone. It was hours before they took him to hospital where he got surgery. But after they cut out half his lung and patched him back together most sloppily, he wouldn't die. He wouldn't die. They tried hard to kill him, but he just spat in their eye. He wouldn't die. He wouldn't die. He wouldn't die. To stop the Intifada, they tried different strategies. First, they tried packing the prisons. Then they tried brutality. Neither one of these things worked. So they tried assassination. But now he's sitting right in front of me, working at his station. Yes, they tried to kill Saad Bannour, and they succeeded with so many more. But now Saad is a citizen of Portland, my neighbor by the Willamette River shore. Now Saad is a journalist, reporting from his wheelchair. Though 20 years ago he took 6 bullets, which is quite a lot more than his share. He wouldn't die. He wouldn't die. They tried hard to kill him, but he just spat in their eye. He wouldn't die. He wouldn't die. He wouldn't die. He wouldn't die. He wouldn't die.
A presence on Common Social, Scotland's news. The scheduled event will be starting shortly. Independence Live is a group of citizen livestream journalists. We livestream important events which the mainstream media ignore. Indie Live has live-streamed over 700 events since November 2013. Most past events are available to view for free from our website. Our success and continued growth is down to the dedication of our volunteers and the support of our viewers. We cover political, social and cultural events in Scotland and follow news stories locally and across the globe with the help of our foreign citizen correspondents. We currently have over 25 individuals involved with Indie Live, including active groups in both Edinburgh and Glasgow. With more volunteers and resources, we could cover even more of what's really important. Indie Live regularly contributes to Common Space, one of Scotland's most influential independent news and media outlets. we also have a presence on Common Social, Scotland's new social network for independently minded people. It is increasingly clear that independent digital services are fast becoming as important as an independent media. Fortunately, Common Social was launched this year. Follow our page on Common Social and join the conversation in a social network environment developed, managed and controlled from within Scotland. Share, join and support us. Please talk to people about us, follow us on Facebook and share our posts and events. To get notifications of upcoming events, subscribe to our livestream channel at livestream.com/Independence Live. To see highlights of past events, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Please contact us via our website about getting involved. To continue to raise the quality of our coverage, expand our reach and develop much needed digital infrastructure, we need money. Please consider supporting the ongoing activity of Indie Live by making a donation at www.independencelive.net. The scheduled event will be starting shortly. Independence Live is a group of citizen livestream journalists. We livestream important events which the mainstream media ignore. Indie Live has livestreamed over 700 events since November 2013. Most past events are available to view for free from our website. Our success and continued growth is down to the dedication of our volunteers and the support of our viewers. We cover political, social and cultural events in Scotland and follow news stories locally and across the globe with the help of our foreign citizen correspondents. We currently have over 25 individuals involved with Indie Live, including active groups in both Edinburgh and Glasgow. With more volunteers and resources, we could cover even more of what's really important. Indie Live regularly contributes to Common Space, one of Scotland's most influential independent news and media outlets. We also have a presence on Common Social, Scotland's new social network for independently minded people. It is increasingly clear that independent digital services are fast becoming as important as an independent media. Fortunately, Common Social was launched this year. Follow our page on Common Social and join the conversation in a social network environment developed, managed and controlled from within Scotland. Share, join and support us. Please talk to people about us, follow us on Facebook and share our posts and events. To get notifications of upcoming events, subscribe to our livestream channel at livestream.com/Independence Live. To see highlights of past events, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Please contact us via our website about getting involved. To continue to raise the quality of our coverage, expand our reach and develop much needed digital infrastructure, we need money. Please consider supporting the ongoing activity of Indie Live by making a donation at www.independencelive.net.
And they rustle in the breeze, blowing smoke upon our faces, and the guitars on our knees, like a message from the mountain, saying now, here we are, around this campfire.
Just a second, 1, 2.
Beneath these stars. Someone throws a log on, lighting up our faces, and the more or less together state of each of our shoelaces. Someone tells a story of a place she'd like to go. Of decades fueled in equal parts by politics and wine, I think of meeting friends, both old and new. Think of driving down the highway with Graham and Emmy Lou. Think of Aotearoa gazing at the stars. I think of that drunken driver who totaled our car. I think of playing in the bunker, how that audience had spunk. Half of them old folkies, half of them young punks. I think of all the miners who slowly fade away. I think about the moment when I heard it was your day. I think about this CD that I got from you when I'm driving down the highway with Graham and Emmy Lou. Driving down the highway with Graham and Emmy Lou.
We should come and see it if you're ever down
Okay.
Jaguar way and see if
Yeah.
there's anything there.
For about a century, there was a prohibition, which put a heck of a lot of people in a difficult position. Each year, millions went to prison for planting the wrong seeds, imprisoned for the crime of smoking weed, imprisoned in their millions, especially those black or brown or wearing long hair and hippie clothes. But I stand here before you with quite a bit of pleasure to tell you all about a successful ballot measure. It's legal now. It's legal now. Take a bow. It's legal now. Politicians were useless, almost all the same, playing the military-industrial prison complex game. But the regular people weren't nearly as dumb, so some folks took initiative and we passed a referendum. Now people don't have to risk arrest if they want to treat their ills with something other than harmless. Legalizing all the rest, the poppies and the coca leaves and all the other plants. Safer, regulated will be the official stance. The CIA will have to find another way to operate. The FBI will need a new MO for their whole police state. When we legalize it all, from the west coast to the east, then we can say right here in the belly of the beast, it's legal now. It's legal now. Take a bow. It's legal now. Steel birds streak through the sky above the Syrian Levant. The pilot flew the plane all the way from Nantes. Explosions rocked the cities in this proxy civil war. So many innocents killed, they've long since lost the score. Jean-Pierre fired a missile and was heard to say he wished he could be home in France at his favorite cafe, not fighting in a conflict that shows no sign of ever ending.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's fine, no problem. Don't even notice me. Same.
To speak for about 10 minutes, okay? Do you need a reminder or?
You refugees? No. You refugees? He also told me
Just a sort of
refugees.
tuning would be
It's okay, I'll just link it different.
Great. So that might be-
Didn't come down.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon, and welcome to Islamophobia Conference 2016. And this is our afternoon session now. This session is entitled The Environment of Hate. Now, that can be the growth of the right wing, the state of the media, institutions, politicians. It affects a broad range of environments, including the laws that have been passed. And as Syed IHRC says, it's made it okay for people to be prejudiced against Muslims at the dinner table. So in that context, we've got a panel of guests to talk about that, and you will have an opportunity to make comments and ask questions later on. I will be giving them 10 minutes each to speak, and then we'll move on to a discussion. So I will kick off with Yvonne. And Yvonne, you all know, is a writer, an activist, a journalist, a TV presenter, and she'll be talking about her book today at some point.
Brothers, sisters, friends, salam alaikum. The last 10 days have really reached new heights in terms of hate, and we've all borne witness to it in one form or another. And I want to draw your attention in particular to the murder trial of the British MP Joe Cox, who was stabbed 15 times and shot in the head twice with a sawn-off shotgun. The killer, given a life sentence, was a man called Thomas Mair, a white supremacist who, in reality, is superior to no one. The Nazi-obsessed gardener hated anyone not white or British, which is probably just about everyone in this room today. And for those who aren't, but are showing their support to Muslims, you're probably in the crosshairs of the sort of hate that Thomas Mair espoused. And the cowardly attack on Joe Cox happened in June this year, just a week before the Brexit vote. The last such serious assault on an MP was in 2010, when Labour's Stephen Timms was stabbed twice in the stomach at his East London constituency, and he had life-threatening injuries, and those injuries were brought about by a young female student, a Muslim woman. And she told police that she wanted to kill the former government minister because of his decision to vote for the war in Iraq. The story, quite rightly, back then was front page news, as was the trial, and she was given a life sentence. The last MP to have been murdered was Ian Gow, who was blown up in 1990 by the IRA. Again, front page news when it happened, and again, front page news when the trial happened. So it's only right, isn't it, that we would have expected exactly the same treatment for Thomas Mair when he was sent down. But it wasn't the case, Because if you picked up the Daily Mail, shame on you if you did, but if you did pick it up, you had to get to page 30, before you found the story about the white supremacist who had murdered Joe Cox. So we need to look more closely at the media treatment. And those papers that chose not to make the murder of, or the trial of Joe Cox's killer headline news, they were the same papers that went headlong into the hateful pro-Brexit campaign, whipping up storms of hatred against immigrants, migrants, foreigners, and those who supported the Remain campaign. Their message was lapped up by the likes of Thomas Mair. It was like reading literature from the BNP, the National Front, as they screamed about Britain losing sovereignty to Europe and how we had to stop hordes of foreigners coming over here, stealing our jobs and homes while claiming welfare and draining the NHS and our education system. Nigel Farage talked about hospital tourism with beds full of overseas visitors with HIV, and that was on... And of course, he went into overdrive on the same day that Joe Cox was slain when he unveiled a massive UKIP poster. I'm sure you can all remember it, the hundreds of wretched images of refugees in terrible situations, and he headlined it Breaking Point, and it was as though these thousands and thousands of migrants were coming over to Britain. So these papers that made Farage and his toxic claims headline news decided to shove the killer of Joe Cox, who was given a life sentence, they decided that that wasn't newsworthy, that that should really be put back until page 30. Even worse, when they did publish the story, was the content of the story. Rather than admit or acknowledge that their toxic Farage-inspired headlines could have actually triggered the Nazi killer who shouted, "Put Britain first," before slaughtering the diminutive MP, they actually found a sympathetic narrative to justify Mair's actions. They said he was mentally ill. Well, the courts had investigated this thoroughly and decided that he was mentally fit to stand trial. They then said he was a loner, as if all singletons out there are ready to launch some unprecedented attack on citizens. Then we were told by the Daily Mail that the killer's stepfather's half-sister had speculated he may have killed the MP because he thought he was going to be kicked out of his council home because migrants may move in. This sort of narrative would then help the scum who supported Mair to justify his actions. And it did. You just had to go onto the social networks to see the trolls at play who propel hate on Twitter and Facebook, and they went into overdrive. Suddenly, the killing of Joe Cox wasn't a terrorist killing. It was politically motivated. It was somebody who was afraid he was going to lose his home to migrants. Not only that, the poor man had mental issues and needed medical help. One political commentator wrote, "It's as if Joe Cox was an activist, a do-gooder. She was a Remainer. There is something very fishy about her widower. The left are leeching onto her death to try and frustrate Brexit. Mair was being unduly punished for attacking the establishment." What sort of message, therefore, is the media and the likes of the Daily Mail trying to put out? That it's okay to strike someone down in the street because you are white and you're shouting Britain first whilst doing it? Make no mistake, and I think everybody in here would agree, Joe Cox was killed through unadulterated hatred. And this is the sort of hatred that had been fermented in a toxic newspaper with headlines that encouraged people like him. And this hatred then developed into the chat rooms. And the chat rooms where Islamophobia and anti-Semitism swamp and seep into every corner. Even BBC's Radio 4's Today programme, I'm going to have to switch it off because it's really endangering my health. Even they got into the act by repeating the right-wing press comments that Thomas Mayer was driven to murder because his mother had married a black man and his council house supposedly in danger of being taken away and given to migrants. As one person pointed out on Facebook, imagine a Muslim fundamentalist murderer having his actions explained away in the national news that way, that they were driven to it by the fact their mother had married a Christian. You know, it's just simply not going to happen. And of course, no mention of discussion whatsoever of the racist, bile-driven campaign for Brexit, stoked up by the mainstream Tory politicians and the impact that it had. LBC's radio show host, James O'Brien, said he really couldn't understand why the Mail had put the story on page 30, and then he asked if the murder by a neo-Nazi is less offensive to the sensibilities of the editor than the murder by a radical Islamist. Surely any fully functioning moral compass would be equally disgusted by both, he said. So, you know, these are questions that we have to ask. If Joe Cox had been murdered by a Muslim person, do you think that the trial would have been put on page 30? No, it would have been splashed on. And but this is the sort of media campaign that we're facing today. Sometimes it's obvious, sometimes it's not so obvious. And I don't want to frighten people, but I do want you to be aware of what's going on. We had a great session this morning with young people, and we were urging them that if someone shows hatred to you, don't be silent. The worst thing we can do in these terrible times is be silent. You have to, we told the children, you know, if it happens in school, if it happens in the street, go to somebody that you trust and tell them immediately. The sort of silence that we've seen can be corrosive. And to the Muslim community, I would say, you know, these are troubled times, they're difficult times, but we have to reach out to our non-Muslim friends. And of course, we don't know what a Muslim looks like. You know, it's not, a person isn't defined as a Muslim by their nationality, skin color, or culture. So, but I'm guessing that there are non-Muslims in the audience today. And to those non-Muslims, I would say thank you so much for coming in to talk and discuss the issues that are confronting and challenging the Muslim community today. We need our non-Muslim friends like we've never needed them before. And of course, most of you, I would think, will be aware of the corrosive and equally toxic PREVENT scheme, a scheme which has been reinvented so many times, and it's like reheating toast. It doesn't work. It's a failure. it's corrosive, it's toxic, it should be torn up and thrown out, because nobody is benefiting from the Prevent scheme other than those who are being paid very well with taxpayers' money to run these schemes. And we've had some bonkers decisions coming out. We've had police being informed after a school teacher read a 7-year-old child's report about living in a terrorist home, when in fact what he was trying to say is that he lived in a terrorist home. And, you know, yes, it's funny, isn't it? And you know, a simple spelling error, and suddenly the teacher alerts the Prevent authorities, the Prevent authorities swing into action, and before you know it, the police are visiting this terrorist home to find out why the child had written what he did. A 14-year-old boy walks into a classroom with a Palestinian badge on his lapel. He's reported as a risk to extremism. Absolutely outrageous. Doctors, GPs, nurses, schools, universities, you know, the staff are being told that they have to report anything that looks as though it's extremist behaviour. You know, this is Britain, not North Korea. We can't have spies in places where children should be free to express themselves, free to ask questions. You ask the wrong question in the wrong climate with the wrong teacher, the next thing you know, you have social workers, police, and all sorts of agencies coming into your homes. So these are troubled times, very troubled times for Muslims. What I would say is, as hard as it is, we mustn't adopt a victim mentality. We have to stand up and call out Islamophobia when we see it. We have to reach out to our non-Muslim friends. And once again, thank you to everyone who's come here today, especially our non-Muslim friends, because we do need your help and support like never before. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yvonne. Moving on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Pinar Aksu, campaigner for refugees.
Thanks to Richard for inviting me to come here and speak today. Obviously, the conference title is Islamophobia, and the panel is Environment of Hate. So I thought I could maybe touch on the more of the asylum and refugee side of it, and how the racism impacted on the EU citizens and to everyone else basically in society who seem to be different. For me, what I found is, before I start, I'm a committee member of Stand Up to Racism and Glasgow campaign to welcome refugees, and I also work with asylum seekers and migrants and non-migrants in Glasgow. For me, what I found was during the Leave campaign, that's when I've seen the increase of racism and the hatred between the communities. I had a leaflet, which is in my bag, by the Leave campaign and the Scotland Leave campaign as well, through my door, which showed the increased amount of racism that the propaganda they've used for this campaign was unbelievable. They literally showed like a map of Scotland and said that if we don't leave EU now, these are the next countries who are going to join EU. And basically they had, I'm originally from Turkey, and they listed like 4 EU countries, and they also listed Turkey as well. And underneath they said that Turkey also has a population of 76 million, and also neighbor to Iraq and Syria. It's like, why, you know, so basically trying to put there that if, you know, this is a dangerous country. And they also had an arrow showing people moving from Turkey to Scotland. It was like, you know, as if all the 76 million people are going to move here. So the amount of the propaganda there and the way they played with the Leave campaign was unbelievable. And really actually surprised that no one took action to report this, because it was a racist campaign, and I'm sure if somebody reported, they could have done for it. I don't know what the legal side to the background to this. And imagining that these leaflets getting through everyone's doors, and if you've got the fear of that, you don't have a job, or you think that you're going to lose your job, and you have a leaflet coming through your door and saying that these migrants are going to come here, they're going to take your job. So I think for me, it's like opening the box of worms there, like inside you, the feeling of fear. It touched on everyone's fear that, oh, there's no jobs, I don't have a job. And then if you open that, if you just unlock it and say that, oh, it's all because of the immigrants that's coming here, it automatically takes the fear out of the people, and it shows a reason why they should blame someone. And in a way, it doesn't unite people, it divides very easily. And this is what I've witnessed during the referendum. And on the day of the news, when we said that UK was leaving the EU, Donald Trump was here. He came to his golf palace place, and we went to protest there with Stand Up to Racism. And on the day, he did say that, oh, he had a great influence of this Leave campaign, and he was actually really happy that UK left EU. And I was like, and now we have obviously Trump, head of America. I don't know what's waiting for us. Like you said, the media is playing really well, the political side of it. It's hard and difficult times. And the amount of people who come to say to me, or there was a case, one guy from Poland, he said he's been working in a restaurant for a long time, for the past few years. And one of the customers actually, verbally just abused him and saying, you effing Pole person here, just, leave the country. And it's like that messing up as well, because he wanted to report and he ended up reporting, but it's where does it get reported? Is it to the hate crime? Does it count as a hate crime? Or is it racism? So he didn't have much knowledge on that as well. And if he didn't have contact, he could have just said, I'm just staying back. And one of the things he told me was he heard these kind of racial abuse, but he just decided, you know what, I'll just not hear. I'll just continue doing my job. But then he said, I had enough, because on a daily basis, I heard this again and again and again. And he said that it came to a breaking point. And this is something that that I've not seen since being in this country, which is really worrying me, because Scotland, it's a very welcoming place. Back in 2001, we had the asylum seekers, my family being one of them, and different refugees coming here from Kosovo and different countries. And now seeing this atmosphere of racism and communities being divided is really worrying me. Last year, going to the St Andrews anti-racism rally in Glasgow, when I was literally just walking to Glasgow Green, one guy passing by bike, he told me, go back to Syria. And I'm like, I'm not even from Syria. So, get your facts right first, then do the racial abuse or whatever you're doing. So it's the thing of, it doesn't, I don't think racism identifies like an identity. It doesn't have an identity of a person that you have to look like that. As long as we look, or, a little bit different, or it could be anything, our accent or the way we speak, it just automatically says that, okay, this person is not from this country. And for me, this all comes back to the media thing, like you've mentioned, and also to the political aspects as well. If we give a platform for people like Nigel Farage and to Donald Trump in the front page, what are the people going to say on the streets? If the media gives them the voice, allows them to be racist publicly everywhere, then people are obviously going to be like, oh, this guy can say anything. Why am I not allowed to say it? So for me, I see the media as the main problem. If we don't change the language of the media, then it becomes very difficult to engage with the people. However, I still do believe that if we want to take action, if we want to make changes, we need to unite as people, as communities. We need to go to marches, or if there's a rally that we need to participate. We need to engage with the community. We need to speak with the people, because we need to break down that barrier of fear. If we don't speak, if there's no dialogue, then this fear, this prejudice will continue for me. On that final note, I want to say that on the 18th of March 2017, every year we have Stand Up to Racism anti-racism and anti-fascism rally in Glasgow. So the next one is in 2017, March 18th. This year was amazing, and hopefully next year we'll continue to raise awareness, do different workshops with the communities, and show and say it to the people that, you know, we are welcome in this country, and this media, the language of media is wrong, and we shouldn't be believing in it. So I just want to say thanks again for inviting me, and let's all keep on continuing to campaign and challenge the racism and the prejudice we have in our societies. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Faizah Shaheen. You may have seen her on some newspapers, and we're talking about the environment of hate, and she's been in the middle of it, so I'll ask her to share her experience with us. You might know that she was on a plane reading a book about Syria, and she was taken off in question by the police. So would you want to share experiences with us?
Hello everyone, and thank you for having me here today. I'm here to share a story about Syria Speaks. It all started when I was on a flight for my honeymoon on the 25th of July this year. I was reading this book on my journey to Marmaris, Turkey, where we were going for our honeymoon. I was then reported by a member of the cabin crew to the anti-terrorism police for reading a book on Syrian art and culture. I had no idea at that point that I was being reported for reading this book. Nothing suggested during my flight that they had any suspicion. I stayed in Turkey for about 2 weeks, survived the military coup, that had to happen while we were there, and then returned to the UK to find myself being approached by 2 anti-terrorism police officers as I got through passport control. At that point, I questioned them what this was regarding, and they responded that it was a routine check. I said, what's this routine check regarding? And to that they said, it's regarding a book that's been reported to us called Syria Speaks. But they refer to it as a Syrian phrase book, which in itself shows a lack of education of the cabin crew member, as in Syrian's not a language, it's Arabic. So I was taken and detained to be questioned under the Anti-Terrorism Act Schedule 7. And as soon as they discovered that my husband was my husband, they took him alongside me to be questioned as well. I was questioned for approximately half an hour regarding the book. They asked me what the book was about. I actually recommended it. I said it's a very insightful, inspiring book, a collection of 50 artists expressing art, poetry, and literature around Syria. Very quickly, they realized that I wasn't a security risk. But I there and then questioned the fact that it's not acceptable to be questioned under Schedule 7 for reading a book. That it's not acceptable that we are living in such fear that freedom of expression is now being questioned. I knew at that point that I was going to challenge it. I knew at that point that after this experience, I have to do something about it, not only for myself, but as a voice for a lot of other people who may have been through something similar. So from that experience, I then went on to speak to only one newspaper who captured my story in The Independent. From that, my story went viral. It reached international news. Daily Mail didn't have front page though. A lot of platforms did, and it was really helpful to gain such support after sharing my story. I think the fact that it was so widely recognized shows the ridiculous fact that it's me being questioned for reading a book. So after that, I was approached by many organizations, news channels, to share my story. I felt fortunate enough to receive such an opportunity to be able to express myself, to be able to challenge what's happened to me. And on the basis of that, I was able to meet the editors, publishers of the book, and a director of the English Pen in London in October. We discussed many ideas on how to move forward from this experience of mine, which started with a negative experience, but hoping for a positive outcome. We thought about creative ideas on how to move forward. We also thought about challenging the Schedule 7 and thinking about what can we do in the bigger picture. I submitted a complaint to Thomson Airlines, and they didn't respond to me until 2 months later with a very minimal and inadequate response, saying that they were following their policies and procedures and that they were sorry about how I felt. Did not apologize or take any actions or didn't take any responsibility for what they did. That left me even more frustrated, but not surprised. I expected them to take no responsibility. So on the basis of that, I'm now taking legal advice. Liberty have taken my case on to challenge this experience, and we hope to gain, in the bigger picture, an apology at the very least, and to hopefully challenge the Schedule 7 itself so that this does not happen to anyone else. And I'm hoping that my story is able to contribute to that in some way. And I really appreciate everyone's support here today. I launched a petition this week to gain an apology from Thomson Airlines and to challenge the situation. So I really appreciate if you're able to sign that petition. You'll be able to find that on my Twitter, and I'm aware that SACC have also shared it on their Facebook, so you'll be able to access it from there to sign it. So really appreciate you all listening to me, and I'm hoping moving forward I can make some kind of difference to this cause. Thank you very much.
Sadly, Faizah's experience is not unusual. I'm sure many Muslims and non-Muslims in this room would probably been through randomly selected at airports. I know I have. I'm sure Mohammad Asif has. So, and I think, Arzu, you might want to comment on that because I think you've written about it. So it's not unusual. We might discuss this later on in our questions and answers. Okay, moving on to our next speaker. It's Mohammad Asif from the Afghan Human Rights Foundation.
Do I need a mic or just? Oh, you got one. Sorry, see, too old. Assalamu alaikum, and thank you to SACC and Richard for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be in front of those who try their best and sacrifice their Saturday and Sunday to come here and from far away to defend their basic human rights. I don't know if I said this in 2001. I arrived in 2000, in fact, that when the world were about to fight in Afghanistan and remove the Taliban, there was a meeting in Germany, including Britain and so many others, because the deal of the Taliban in the American collapse, you know, they were entertaining Taliban, probably Yvonne knows more about this, in America, entertaining Taliban ministers and their dignitaries in America to show them how the American oil system worked. And when the contract didn't work, so what they did was they had a meeting in Germany, and then they decided to remove the Taliban in 2001. I wrote an article in 2001, and I sent a letter to the war criminal Tony Blair that if you are removing Taliban, then who are the replacement for the Afghan people? I got a huge reply from Tony Blair saying that he's going to bring people who are going to serve the Afghan people. As we see today that he was right in his promise that the Afghan people are really served for the Iraqis or the Syrian or others. Then after my interview, as everybody said here, it's about Islamophobia and racism and police harassment or the state harassment. I was called by the special branch, police officers in Glasgow. They were sending you a car, can you come to our office? I said, no, I don't go into police car because I have neighbors and I don't want people to think that I'm some sort of a spy for you guys. Yeah, I took a taxi, went to the police station in Pitt Street, the headquarters, and then we sat and they said, where are you from? I said, Afghanistan. And I said, they said, do you know any bad people among your community? I said, I haven't come across any bad, and you have to tell me what do you mean by bad people in your community. Say people who can be a threat to our community. I said, no, I haven't met anyone. Then I said, can I go now? They said, no, you cannot go, but we offer you three things. The first is you work for us, or we detain you, or we deport you to Afghanistan. I say I'm happy with the two, but the third one I'm not willing to do. So we left it there, and they said, I hope our conversation is confidential, and I said, it's fine, I won't tell anybody. But the moment I came out, so I phoned a couple of newspapers and I said it's how I was treated, you know. But going then back to the racism and Islamophobia problem here, as though, you know, if you bomb a country, probably it's human nature. If you bomb a country somewhere on the street of Glasgow or kill someone, I think you have to pay compensation, or you have to rebuild their house, or you have to, you know, pay for your action. But it's not happening. You know, when you're bombing Syria, you're producing millions of refugees. You kill 1 million in Iraq and about 200,000 in Afghanistan and many, many other parts of the world. But then no one is caring, as Pinar said, about asylum seekers. I'll share you another story. I went to Lesbos with a charity, and we went there to distribute tents and clothes and you know, socks, whatever people donated. So we went there and we did help people who were running away from British and American and Russian bombs, and they were trying to, you know, get away where their houses were bombed by the very people who refused them asylum. I swear I have worked in very, very difficult places in very, very difficult countries. I have never seen such tragedy in my entire life. I have seen children there who were paralyzed down below. Although the journey was not very far from Turkey to Lesbos, it's about 7 miles, I think, 8 miles. You can see Turkey from the other side. But then you are stuck in the water, or you are stuck with the human traffickers, or for whatever problems, you are stuck in the sea. But I have seen children and women, most of them were women and children and old people. They were paralyzed from down below because they spent so many hours in the water, and when they were coming there, you know, the conditions were horrible. I met few families there, Syrian and Afghans and Iraqis and many others. I asked two particular families. One family told me that their husband was thrown away from the dinghy and he was drowned in front of their children. Another family who were fleeing from the very bombs, you know, that America and Britain and Europe and Russia is bombing these countries. They said their husband is buried somewhere under a tree. Probably there is a lot of olive tree if you've been to that part of the world. But the government gave them like 19 days to dig the body of your husband, or we will just get rid of the body. So these were the horrible conditions I saw there. But, and I tell you again, link it to Islamophobia. We were in France, and a friend of mine is present here, Josh Brown. We went to France to help refugees in that Calais refugee camp. I think we were about 30 of us or 28 of us, traveling back to the UK. All my friends were free to go. Among all of them, I was picked. You know, and they were all waiting for me. And the guy said, oh, we have a similar name, which resemble to your name, and there's a problem. I said, okay. I just waited there, and the guy came and he said, we are going to remove, you know, that person so he can travel freely. I said, okay, that's nice of you. Either you're going to aid me or you're going to remove me, so I don't know. So they give me my passport back while I was just going out of the gate, and he called me again. Say, come here, and he said, I want to put something to your name, next to your name, so the next time you travel, that you are not going to be stopped. Among 30 or 28 of us, I was the only who was picked. And I told them we were there to help refugees, and there was a protest. I told them the truth, we were there for a protest as well, anti-racism protest. On the second occasion, I went again to France, and this time again, there was a woman. She was very polite, very nice, you know, chatting to me. Say, I believe you were being stopped before. I say, yes, ma'am, I was, you know, many times. And then she said, okay, this time I'm really going to remove your name. So the next time you can travel freely. So that's another example of the system, how they treat Muslims. In 2005, I was traveling to Pakistan. I met an Asian officer, a Muslim Asian officer in the special branch. I don't want to name him, but probably many of you know him. And we bumped into each other. He used to work in Side Hill with refugees. And he said, oh, brother, where are you going? I said, Pakistan. What are you doing? I said, I'm going to see my mother because she was traveling to the US and I was not having proper papers to travel to the US, so the easiest point for me was to meet in Pakistan. So that's our conversation, and I went. On the way back, I spent 2 nights in London, 2 nights. I took a local flight to Glasgow. In local flights, I don't think so, you show your passports. So when I arrive in Glasgow airport, everyone has to show their passports. And when they saw my name, they say, oh, Mr. Asif. I say, come with me. I say, because of me, you harass everybody. You should have called me and I would have come. So we went to a room, and my friends were waiting outside, and I texted him, I say, you go because I got a meeting here and it's going to take quite long. So we went to a meeting, and the guy started questioning me, where did you go? I said, Pakistan. Which part of Pakistan? I said, do you know which part? I said, no, I don't know any idea. I say, I went to Peshawar. And then he said, who did you meet? I say, friends and family. And then he asked, two of them I was asking and one is writing. He said, who are your friends? And I said, do you know my friends? I can be telling you anybody, they are my friends. I swear I'm not kidding. They copied my credit card. They took my SIM card and they put it in a machine, and the machine didn't work. They say, your card doesn't work in our machine. I say, let me phone my mother. And they say, why you want to phone your mother? I say, probably my mother, she might made this SIM card so it doesn't work in your machine. So I will ask her if there is any other way, which the card can work in the machine, the SIM card. And then the officer looked me in a quite ugly way. And then the next question was, the normal question, if I pray and where do I pray? The last question was if I know where Bin Laden was. I'm not kidding. And I told the officer, if you're serious. He said, I'm serious. I say, if I know where Bin Laden was, I wouldn't be coming to Glasgow. I'd be running to Downing Street. And I say, that's your man, give me that 50 million or whatever reward, That's the guy. I wouldn't be coming here. And then finally, I was released after 6 hours. After 6 hours, imagine, and the line that still the CID or the police in Scotland, when you arrive in Glasgow airport or whatever airport in Scotland, they harass you, and then they tell you, can we go for coffee? That's what exactly they tell you. Can we go for a coffee? And I always tell them I hate coffee. I don't drink coffee. Although I drink coffee, but they don't understand that when I say I don't drink coffee, that means I don't want to see you. So that's the kind of system we have in this country. Maybe I'm unfortunate, maybe I'm probably not good looking, or maybe I'm not rich. I'm not criminal enough, to kill so many people and then come to London and invest my money in London. That's where people, you kill hundreds of people, then run to London, invest money in London, and you are given protection and you are given all sort of luxuries in any Western country. So what I'm trying to say is, asylum seekers and refugees, they're the product of your bombings. Trust me, if you stop bombing these countries, the issue of asylum will be reduced maybe to 80 or 90%, not everybody wants to come to Britain. And who is coming to Britain? The British Prime Minister promised 20,000 Syrian. And the parliament term is about to be over. How many they have taken? Syrian, few hundred only, or a few thousand probably. But I would like to appeal to every one of you here that don't give up. Although there is harassment, there is racism. I've been called different names, but sometimes I take it as a joke. So I can defeat the guy in a nice way. There is saying in Afghanistan, if you can kill your enemy with honey, don't give him poison. If I can defeat racism in a nice way, so I rather engage with him in a nice way, the language that he understands. And if it doesn't work, we have to go and report it and tell people that what is happening to me and what is happening to you. A lot of people, or the silent majority of Muslims or black people in this country, they're suffering in silence. They don't report it. I know so many Afghans in my community that they say, oh, I don't want to have problems with the police. If they harass me, if they stop me, I got nothing to do with them because I might get more problems. We think of the police in Afghanistan, but probably in Afghanistan or in other countries, they beat you, and they beat you nicely. But here, you suffer in silence for many, many years to come. And I have experienced this many, many times. The recent example was in my own house. Probably many of you have known this. It was a national story. A man coming, walking just across my road and threatening to bomb me and my family. Imagine if I come to a white person's house or anybody's house and tell them that I'm going to bomb your children and bomb your house. What the title would be, as Yvonne said, that a loner and not mentally fit. These are just the excuses. And I have a few, I don't know how to explain it in English, but the tags which is given to Muslims and black people whenever there is an attack. I'll give you a few of them. If the person is not a Muslim, it says mentally unstable. If he's a Muslim, they say follower of Islam. If he's not fit, probably they say he's a lone wolf. If he's a Muslim, he's a jihadist. And then they say he's a loner. And then they say he's part of a terror cell. And then they say, when there's a shooting by someone who's not Muslim, then they say shooting. And then for the Muslim, it says terrorist attack. For the non-Muslim, it says suspect. For the Muslim, it says criminal. For a gunman, for the non-Muslim, it says a gunman. For a Muslim, it's religious fanatic. And for random shooting or whatever, it's for non-Muslim is random, and for the Muslim is premeditated. These are the kind of media label that the Muslims are given in this civilized and so-called democratic society. Once again, I would like to congratulate SACC and everyone else who has organized today's event. And I'm pleased to be here. And I hope that you have benefited from my speech. Thank you very much.
Okay, our final speaker is Arzu Merali, and she's from the Islamic Human Rights Commission.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I hope it's okay if I sit down and
sure.
present. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to everybody on this panel. I think they've quite brilliantly demonstrated the experience of the environment of hate and also how it operates, particularly when you mentioned how the media essentially creates that environment. As I was introduced, I'm from an organization called the Islamic Human Rights Commission. We're based in London, but we've done, part of our remit is to do research work, and we've been doing that for nearly 20 years now. Next year is our 20th anniversary. And I'm one of the co-authors of this book, conveniently titled, The Environment of Hate, the New Normal for Muslims in the United Kingdom. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about why we published this book, but also what our findings are, both in terms of data, but also what the environment of hate means, actually not just for Muslims, but for everybody. Now, first of all, and I think it came up in the workshop this morning, we argue that whilst obviously we've looked at the experience of Muslims, and there are very, very specific experiences, Islamophobic experiences of Muslims. If you want to call it Islamophobia, if you prefer to call it anti-Muslim racism, I think at this point in time it doesn't matter about the semantics. We all can kind of understand that there is an experience that those words describe. What we argue is that a combination, and it's been averred to by everybody on the panel here. I heard the word, this is the system in this country. Or, as you've mentioned, these are the, practices of the media and the politicians. That we have hate policies that are developed. We have political discourse. We have hate representation, whether that's by politicians or by the media. We have all of these issues now appearing also in our education system, and this is an institution that for a long time we often forget to talk about. So we talk about legal institutions and law enforcement, and we talk about political institutions. We tend to forget that education is a pillar as well of society and culture, and so on and so forth, and that there's a kind of a symbiotic relationship. They all feed into each other, these institutions. And when it comes to the issue of demonization, of which Islamophobia is one manifestation, these institutions all feed into each other. And I'll try and explain a little bit while I'm talking, but it's open in Q&A as well, for me to give more examples of how that works. Now, we argue that what we're facing now in 2016, this was published last year actually, but it's at the conclusion or at a midway point in a project that's been going on for a long time, is that we've seen a huge cultural, legal, and political shift in this country. It's not that we didn't have racism before or even anti-Muslim racism, but this shift has seen an institutionalization of that racism and a socialization of those racisms against Muslims in a way that isn't just devastatingly impactful on Muslim people or people who are perceived to be Muslim, and many, many people are mistaken to be Muslim. It's not just something that affects visibly Muslim people. And we've heard so many examples on the panel already but actually it has started affecting everybody in different ways. And I'll give you our sort of summary of our few arguments with regard to that. So first of all, we're in a situation now where on the one hand, if you listen not only to the Daily Mail, which I think we can all agree in this room is quite a rabid publication, but if you want to listen to sort of The Guardian or what we would like to think are kind of allies in the media or even politicians and political circles, we all think that we've kind of defeated racism, 20 years ago with all our laws, Race Relations Acts, Council for Racial Equality and all that stuff, so much so that actually we just live in a post-racial society now. So when we see Islamophobia or racism of any sort, it's perpetrated by some random individual who's got a problem, who's got prejudice, who's whatever, whether you think they're mentally ill or whether you just think they're an out-and-out racist, it doesn't matter. It's just the problem of these individuals, okay? We don't question anymore, have we got bias still in our institutions? And ironically, I was sort of reviewing the literature, 20, 30, 40 years ago, you even had conservative peers of the realm writing reports post things like riots, actually saying, actually we have a huge problem in this country with institutionalized prejudice. And others went even so far as to say institutional racism. We've completely lost that culture. And as a result of that, on the one hand, you've got the shifting of blame for racism onto individuals, but you've also got a kind of shifting of responsibility for tackling racism on people who are victims of racism. So you often hear this mantra of, well, if you just show yourselves that you're not actually the stereotype that you're being portrayed to be, everybody will kind of understand, and then they won't, effectively the implication is you won't be attacked anymore. That shift of responsibility and that way of looking at, of moving the responsibility from institutions, whether it's the government, whether it's the Ministry of Education, whether it's a school, whether it's the Daily Mail, or whether it's all of the big media institutions, actually works on many, many levels. So we're seeing a shift again in, for example, the culture of violence against women. And if you monitor that, it's the same shift. The shift is going back onto responsibility women need to take for ensuring their own safety, rather than having a big shift in a culture that effectively, largely validates violence against women. Moving on from that shift of responsibility also means that, okay, the shift goes on to individuals, but there's also a shift onto civil society. So NGOs, everybody else now has to start taking responsibility. Let's forget about prejudice. The way Islamophobia has sort of been instrumentalized in making Muslims responsible as individuals for different things, but also the organizations, for example, to condemn this, to root out terrorism, to be involved in prevent and so on and so forth, now finds a mirror in trying to get civil society to actually take responsibility for things like poverty and food poverty. So all of a sudden now, or even health. So, NGOs now must kind of go around training people to have better control of their health, therefore we don't put pressure on the NHS. This type of thing, okay, 8 million people are living in food poverty in this country. We need more charities to set up food banks. This is how the narrative is working. So again, you've seen that through the use of a discourse like Islamophobia, we've actually managed to open up, well, actually not open up, close many responsibilities of the state and open up this kind of Pandora's box of problems for everybody else. It was mentioned in the workshop I was in this morning, but actually one of the facets of the environment of hate, and I think we're all familiar with it, and it's happened here with something as ridiculous as reading a book about Syrian culture, is that clamp down on freedom of speech, expression, belief. Now is obviously not the time to talk about, the grey lines and whatever about it, but the actual overwhelming kind of attack on Muslims having critical views is now something that has affected and moved on to other dissenting voices. We heard about fracking, any kind of anti-war voice, anti-foreign policy voice is now demonized in a similar way. And actually we saw with what happened to Joe Cox in its most extreme example to an individual, is somebody who is in fact the epitome of a kind of white middle class success story, actually being murdered as a race traitor, again, through these similar processes. And at the same time, this also validates the kind of so-called external adventures that the state undertakes, whether it's in Muslim countries or whether it's in other countries that it wants to be involved with, because that same process of dehumanization is working over and over again. And this undermines internal democracy, and it definitely undermines any attempt at external democracy as well. And there are other outcomes of this. I don't need to explain to anybody here that, how demonization has worked in the media, or David Cameron's speeches, or Tony Blair's speeches, or even anybody else's speeches. But we have other agendas that have kind of quietly crept in and changed the nature of the state we're living in. So we actually have an internal militarization of, and I say this country advisedly because I know, of course, that, we are different nations making up currently the so-called United Kingdom, and the experiences will be different in different places. But as a policy that's being rolled out by central government, we have a huge increase in both troops policing streets, and this is particularly evident if, like me, you're from London, where off of the excuses like a terrorist threat, you suddenly find that Wimbledon is no longer full of stewards but soldiers. And then off of the back of the Olympics, having lots of military on our streets, which never really go away afterwards. You have the rolling out of cadet schools, and you have a huge shift in the narrative, especially in the last 10 years, into a kind of blind loyalty to not just the forces of this country, but any expedition they undertake. And there can be no criticism of that. And we see that in the sort of year-on-year now kind of attacks on anyone who doesn't wear a poppy, including, I saw, I forget the actress's name. She was just in a United Kingdom, the movie. Anyway, she was on a chat show without a poppy, as far as I can see, just because she didn't have space for it on her dress, and she said something like that afterwards, but yet she was kind of harangued on social media, and probably also in the Daily Mail, but I didn't pick it up, for again, being a traitor. And of course, ultimately, this leads to a backlash on the ground. Now, that backlash has a positive form and a negative form, so we see those negative mobilizations around the far right, who use this as a recruiting sergeant in a way that I grew up in the 70s and 80s and had to face quite direct physical violence from groups like the National Front, so did many of my friends. And to be honest, what we're seeing now we feel is worse in the last couple of years, because you never really had that many people mobilized, as you're kind of seeing now. But we also have, in this kind of moment of crisis upon crisis, other types of mobilization we're seeing, and I think this is my message when we're talking about the environment of hate, where people are beginning to see that this is a very toxic environment that we're living in, and that there is actually, it's now time to come together to do something. Now, what those things are many, and we've got further sessions to talk about this, but there is an opportunity here. It's not easy, and for some people it's even more dangerous, particularly Muslim and minority communities. And just to give you an example from, sorry, I have a few minutes? Couple of minutes. From the actual data collection that we did, just to highlight the kind of, if you like, acceleration into this environment. Now, I mean, the brother at the end spoke about his experiences from 2001. Islamophobia predates that, state racism predates that, but we are seeing a downward spiral. And every time I think, we've reached a tipping point, or this is the worst it can get, it seems to get worse. And this last year with Brexit and with so many things, I think we're, in an even bigger crisis. When we wrote this, this is based on research we undertook in 2014. We published it in 2015. At that point, we said, anti-Muslim racism has legitimized so many things that it only needs a little bit of a push, and then you're going to see immense violence and immense backlash, not just against Muslims or from Muslims, but many groups. And the run-up to and the aftermath of Brexit, which we are still living in, it hasn't gone away, I think is a testimony to that. We've been collecting data using surveys rather than reporting for almost as long as the organization has been going on. And the reason we've done this is because, as was mentioned many times on here, people don't report hate crime. And to be honest, I don't blame people anymore for doing that either. Nothing comes out of it. You put yourself under intense scrutiny, and it can be as traumatic all over again. So we took the initiative to prepare surveys looking at not just your experiences of violence or hatred or being, called names, but how are you treated at school, in the workplace, what do you see on the media, etc., and ask people to respond to those. Now, we use this, as I said, it's been going for many years, but we use the same set of questions for two particular periods in 2010 and in 2014. And just to summarize, every single experience of 17 experiences we asked people about saw a deterioration, sometimes drastically so, in that 4-year period. There was only one category where people reported having less of an experience of this, and that was being stared at by strangers. Everything else, physical violence, up from about 12% to 18%. It doesn't sound huge, but out of a community of 3 million people, start thinking if that is representative, that's quite a few 100,000 people. Discrimination at school or negative experience at school and in the workplace doubled. So they went from around 20% to 45%, and so on and so forth with regard to media. I'll just close up 90 seconds.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah? With regard to media, back in 2010, and media was even then being highlighted as a huge problem, and I think it always has been. 60% of people said they saw some Islamophobia and racism in the media, but 40% said they hadn't seen anything, okay? This time, 90% of people, plus, actually, I can't remember the exact figure, said that they saw Islamophobia in the media, and 40% of the survey in total said we see it all the time in the media, okay? That's a catastrophic collapse of not just the portrayal of Muslims, but the actual capacity of the media to be critical and self-reflecting. And it's a very scary place to be in. My colleague Reza Kazim, I'll finish on this, putting together, talking mainly about prevent actually, but pulling together all the strands of the things I've been talking about, because it's not just the policy of prevent or this anti-terrorism law or the British values agenda that's being brought into schools, largely off of the back of Trojan hoax, as we call it, but also through the anti-terrorism laws. He said the things that we are seeing now are things that people, at least of my age and probably older, would have said are how we would describe a Stasi state. So there are people in this room who are on the younger side. You're going to have to ask someone older what that means, okay? But it was a very negative conceptualization of particularly East Germany, but kind of Soviet countries. Whether it's true or not is a whole different conversation. But as Reza points out, and this is the point to sort of leave it at, is that even in those countries that were accused of having a Stasi state, there was a denial that such a thing existed or that such violations took place or that there were such policies or such ideologies. What we have in the United Kingdom at the moment, excuse me for using that phrase, it's not particularly united in any sense, is not just the operation of those things, not just the evidence that these things exist, but the fact that the state is not ashamed to say that these things exist, that it's actually become so normalized that it's seen as a good thing, whether it's anti-terrorism laws, whether it's prevent, whether it's the shifting of responsibility onto communities, whoever they are, and so on and so forth. And this, I think, is a thing we need to kind of mobilize around, to actually shift that culture and to make people understand that that culture has shifted to this, shifted to something completely to do with justice, and to mobilize around that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got about 20 minutes left for questions and comments. There's a microphone here. Richard, if you could just take that round. So if anybody wants to ask a question, we'll take a few questions and then we'll come back to the panel. So if you want to ask a question, make a comment, then please, yes, that gentleman over there.
Just thank you very much to everyone on the panel, and thank you to SACC for setting this up today. It's really important discussion to be had. I think speaking as an ally in the campaign against Islamophobia and the demonization of refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants in this country, I think my worry is that if we just talk about Islamophobia and racism, we'll never be able to fix it, because in my mind, the thing that's perpetuating this and making it worse at the moment is that it suits the government and the bosses and the bankers to have someone to blame other than themselves for a long recession, a lack of employment, the attacks on welfare and benefits, the demonization of unemployed, the demonization of disabled people, all fits in, the demonization of women, increase in violence against women, all, as you said there, fits in with the formula that's been used against Muslims in the attempt to justify the so-called war on terror, which has been running since 9/11, 2001, yeah? So I think the government has been really putting pressure on the Muslim community, and I know this in Glasgow. The mosques get visitors from the Home Office, from the Special Branch, from every agency under the sun, trying to tell the mosques and the imams not to be political in the mosque, not to allow political people to come and hand out leaflets at the mosque, and so on and so on and so on. In 2004 and 2005, when I first arrived in Glasgow, the Stop the War Coalition buses used to pick up our passengers at Glasgow Central Mosque and drive to London for the demonstrations, because the majority of the people on the buses were from the mosque, supported by the community. But the police came in and said, don't do that anymore. Don't let that happen. In actuality, that's also my critique of Prevent. Prevent demonizes people for being Muslims and says you are in danger of being an extremist because you're a Muslim. I actually think people are in danger of becoming extremists if they don't have peaceful ways to express their anger at the injustice that we're all being confronted with in the bombing of Iraq and Syria and Afghanistan and the creation of refugees. So we need to have peaceful ways to release that anger at injustice, and that is political activism in my mind. In 2011, I marched in London against the government's attack on pensions. The demonstration was amazing because it looked like a Stop the War demonstration. It was full of Asians and Muslims, and we all stood shoulder to shoulder around the issue of pensions. The government got really scared about that unity against war and attacks on civil liberties could manifest itself in an economic struggle against government attacks through austerity and so forth. I really think we have to bring that back. We have to build a maximum diversity in a struggle against austerity and war in order to give the Muslim community a voice in the struggle for justice so that that becomes normal again. If a Muslim person is speaking about politics, that's because they're part of the movement for social justice, and we will stand side by side and protect each other in that movement, because while there is austerity and there are more wars, there will be more whipping up of Islamophobia to try and justify that, to try and dehumanize the victims of those campaigns. So I think in broadening the political activism and uniting the communities, all the communities, around political and economic demands, it's the only way we're going to take the foundation out from underneath the driving force of racism and Islamophobia. I know it's not easy. It's easy for me as a non-Muslim to sit here and say that, but I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with my Muslim brothers and sisters in a struggle against the Tories who allow the media to get away with this.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, do we have any other contributions and questions? Okay.
I just want to add to what you have said. It is very difficult as a Muslim, but I find, because I've spoken to a lot of Muslim children recently about Islamophobia happening in their schools, and a lot of them are scared, a lot of them don't speak out, a lot of them are worried, and they don't have that empowerment. Like sitting here, you feel empowered, you think, yeah, we've had wonderful people here who have had horrible things happen to them, but you've come out of it and you're doing something about it. But unfortunately, our young people don't have that in them, you know. And like, for example, when we were going to Egypt in our October break, my children were so scared if they spoke their mother tongue, if they mentioned God's name, if they even said anything to do with Islam, that they would be, you know, taken off the airplane. And they really wanted to just go on an October holiday. They just wanted to have a really nice holiday, but they were so scared that what happens if we actually even say anything, even if we just even speak our language. Like my older daughter was telling her younger sister, don't you dare speak our mother tongue. Don't you even dare mention God's name. Don't you even just sit there quietly for the whole 4.5 hours and don't say anything. Because if I don't get my holiday, you're in big trouble. But that is what's happening though. The fear-mongering is actually affecting our young children. And it's a shame because you're saying that we need to come out, we need to speak. But our children need to do that as well, because it's going to get worse for the next generation. Like you said, your polls are showing things are going to get worse. It's going to get worse for the next generation, but our Muslim children are not equipped to deal with it. So what do we do?
Okay, that's a good question. Let's take another question before we come back to the panel. Anyone else? Nope, okay. Right, so empowering our young people, the overall strategy. Does anybody want to take that one? Arzu? Yeah.
Okay, so I'll try and put the comments and questions together. See, yeah, my daughter is 16. She's just gone to sixth form college. She came out of a Muslim school. So, she's grown up in an activist family. And we have the little what to do with, as a student, if you with regard to prevent leaflets, etc. And I went to one of our advocates in the office when she started college, being quite, can you have a chat with Sumaya and tell her how she should tackle, the prevent officer at school, etc., etc. And my colleague turned around and she said, we tell all children, including people at sixth form college, if you're approached and asked questions about, politics, Islamophobia, racism, homosexuality, religion, this, that, they're key terms. Just say, I don't want to talk about it now, I can talk about it later. I just keep putting it off. And I said, yeah, okay, but what can she do to protest it? Right? She said, just say that, okay? And I was like, well, this is Sumaya, just say that. And when I sat down to go over it with her, and it's true, and this is actually the problem that we face right now, is that, is children are vulnerable, and it is not safe for them to speak up. So they need tactics that essentially will keep them out of trouble. Now, yes, that's very problematic, because, to be honest, I don't think it's really an issue of, okay, they don't get to vent their frustrations, therefore they become extremists. Yes, a few will. Yeah, I know you didn't mean it in that sort of black and white sense, but unfortunately, quite a lot of people, including Muslims, often say this. The problem is you have a whole generation of people growing up with depression, mental health issues. They feel completely kind of alienated from what they feel is home. Okay, if you look at every poll, forget about anything IHRC did, YouGov, ICM, everybody, the Pew Research, Muslims are sort of got much more loyalty to Britain than anybody else, any other group. I don't know why, but anyway. So that's the issue with our children. It is actually dangerous for them to speak. I mean, there isn't really a way around this. You've got 4-year-olds being, reported to the police for, I forget if a cucumber clock turned into cooker bomb. I forget if there were 4, but certainly the children as young as that have been reported. We need, from our Muslim leadership, a really robust coming out against all of this, okay? And that's the level I think that we are sadly lacking. We need to have much stronger advocates at that level. Yes, they should also be afraid. I mean, people are routinely marginalized, maligned, arrested, all sorts of things. At the very least, you will end up with being Schedule 7, me and my kids, my husband, I think half the room probably has been. But much worse things happen. But the thing is, if you're going to take a leadership position, you have to be brave, and that's the rather sort of negative response to what you're saying. Yes, we have to empower ourselves, but that empowerment can't be, the responsibility of our kids. It's got to come really from people of our age, and it's scary, but that's what we've got to do. And with regard to broadening the struggle or kind of making connections, definitely, and without a doubt, and I think that's part of what we're talking about here is actually how do you make those connections? How do you see this is all part of the same thing, and that actually, keep your eyes on the prize, which is, you have to dismantle those structures. We can get lost in different arguments. I would, however, say that we do need to keep hold of the language of anti-racism, whether it's about Islamophobia or anything else, because we've seen a rise of all the kind of racisms that I thought had become taboo, at least as I was growing up. off of the back of the legitimization of Islamophobia. And it's one of the successes of actually New Labour, which is to dismantle the kind of anti-racist culture. They actually literally dismantled institutions like the Commission for Racial Equality and made us come to believe that actually we've solved all these problems. So I think we have to just find a way of mobilizing everybody with that as well, as opposed to just the other things.
Hi. I completely agree with what Arzu has said there. And the sad thing is that because of the fear that is put into communities, you can no longer have political discussions in mosques. There are mosques around the UK which have signs up, no political discussion, no discussion of Iraq, Afghanistan, Palestine. And it's got to such a stage now that if kids have awkward questions to ask, maybe they're curious about asking an innocent question about ISIS or Daesh, they can't go to the mosque and ask, what is Daesh? Why are people joining it? It's just not happening. And the children are afraid to ask in schools in case they get reported. So they're going onto the internet. And this is where they're hearing siren voices, siren calls. They're falling into really dangerous discussions because they can't speak openly. Now, I've travelled right across the Middle East before the Arab Spring, and any political discussions were held in huddled corners, from Libya, Iraq, Jordan, Saudi, countries right across the Middle East. And do we really want that to happen in the UK? Do we want to live in a country where people are afraid to speak their minds openly? This discussion we're having today could not be held in some universities because Prevent doesn't want me having a microphone. So there are some universities where I wouldn't be able to speak. I'm not sure the same as for the other panelists. It is, we are living in dangerous times where our very own freedom of speech is being impeded, and even worse, self-centered. And the demonstrations, you're so right, they are a great platform where Muslims feel free and empowered when they're marching alongside friends of faith and no faith, real mix there. And the government doesn't like it. The government doesn't like it at all. And I've often said, when we've been at counter-fascist demonstrations south of the border, I've often said, we should be reaching out to the EDL, which might sound like a crazy thing to say, but my feeling is 80% of them have no idea why they're on the marches. 80% of them, if they sobered up, would actually not be able to tell you why they hate Muslims. But what they're told is all your problems, housing shortage, education, NHS, all the crisis and hot points in the UK are not the problems of migrants or Muslims. It's actually the government. Now, if people came together and started discussing it, you'd find that Muslims have exactly the same issues and concerns as 80% of the people on these EDL marches. And if that actually happened and they came together, they might suddenly wake up and realise the problem isn't in our own communities, it's actually in Westminster with the government. So that's why it's in the government's interest to whip up hatred and use the politics of hate to divide our communities. And I think that you answered the question perfectly about the children. Our children should not be afraid to speak out. Silence is corrosive. You know, we're in the middle of a big scandal at the moment, breaking in the football world, where young boys were preyed upon by sexual predators. It went on for so long because the children were silent. Our children should be encouraged to speak up and speak out when things are going wrong, because silence just, as I say, it breeds this toxic, corrosive issues that we're being challenged with today.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, I was just going to ask you, you know, you decided to do something, okay? So how easy is it, or how can you encourage young people or other people to do what you did?
Yes, I was just going to elaborate on what you were saying. I remember after my experience having a lot of fear and worry around what might happen when I share my story. I work for the NHS as a mental health practitioner or psychotherapist, so also protecting the NHS. I was told I could only say so much. I had to be very careful with what I shared in the media because their name was being used and I was identified as an NHS worker. I went through a lot of obstacles to be able to feel confident and comfortable in sharing the story openly. Initially, I said no to all live news channels. So I was worried what predicament might that put me in when they're asking me questions live. They might ask me questions that will make me stumble. I might say something. So I was very nervous and fearful of the consequences. But what changed was my strive and motivation to want to make a difference. And I knew if I didn't do anything, I'd feel worse. So I started sharing my story. And when I realized I had a lot of support, that brought the strength, that brought the confidence. So I felt on my own, I felt weak, but together, as I noticed my friends and colleagues at work and everyone support me, I felt so much stronger and empowered and liberated to be able to share the story. So I would say it does bring a lot of fear, but we need to overcome those fears because it is very important that we share the story. I was at a point where my job was put at risk. Someone contacted NHS England saying that they shared my story and alerted them about me and said they were the police, which wasn't the case. It was someone anonymously contacting NHS England. And I felt very nauseous and worried about my profession. But I very quickly realised that I'm not doing anything wrong here. I haven't done anything wrong, so I'm going to stand up for my rights. I'm going to have that freedom of speech, and I won't stop expressing myself, which is when I felt confident enough to then share on the news channels and different platforms. So over time, I think you overcome those fears, because in the bigger picture, what we're fighting for is far more important.
Thank you very much.
Just to mention that on 20th of January, there's going to be mass protest across UK and in the US against Donald Trump. And to show solidarity to this in Scotland, the Stand Up to Racism is calling a protest outside the US Embassy. It's going to be in London and in Edinburgh. So it's going to be supported by the STUC, Scottish Trades Union Congress, and the University and College Union, and hopefully other platforms will be able to support as well. I'm looking at Richard. So it will be meeting at the Wellington statue at the East End on 20th of January, marching to the US consulate, and it'll be amazing if we could all join and to say, obviously, no to racism and to show our support that we don't want this in Edinburgh, in Glasgow, and in Scotland. Just to mention on one small thing, sometimes I do workshops with small kids and I work with primary schools, and like you've mentioned, some of the things we get from the children, even at that age, they say that our streets are full, we need to feed our homeless before we feed anyone else, and that we have millions of people coming into our country. It's horrifying me to see this, a 10, 11-year-old saying to me that, you know, we don't have enough space in this country, we need to look after our homeless first. And again, that goes back to the question of media and how the lack of understanding each other and the lack of education of why people are leaving their countries in the first place, which the children get from their parents and from the media. So we have lots to do, and we need to educate basically the teacher, obviously the teachers as well on the prevent strategy, not to use it, but we need to educate the young ones to say that, you know, why people have to leave their countries, why people are coming here. And also we need to educate the adults as well, which I think is more difficult than the children. So thanks.
Asif, do you want to make any comments?
I think I can only say that I think it's Yvonne who said this. The state is trying to put fear into either the Muslims or the black people. It's like Daesh, you know, slaughtering people. I don't compare the government to Daesh, but I'm just giving an example in case if I go out and people think that I give a different name to the British state. But it's the ideology of this brutal individual is Daesh, you know, who is putting fear into the mind of Muslims. If you don't support us, we're going to slaughter your children. Here is a different case. You know, you don't stand up for your rights and you don't defend yourself. And I think it will be very difficult, you know, because the media is against you, the state is against you, the politicians, not all, but quite a lot of them come on television and saying that, you know, we are going to be attacked, we are going to be, you know, our economy is going to be taken by migrant. You know, all these crises, I don't think so refugees have caused the crisis of recession here. I don't think so refugees have crisis, the bank crisis here, you know, caused the, but then again, you know, migrant are blamed for any sort of state failure in this country. I'll give you one very funny example, and it's true. Some years ago, it was in the Sun newspapers. You can still Google it. It says that Somalian refugees stole a donkey in Blackpool, slaughter it and eat it. That was the front page news. Firstly, Somalian refugees, they're Muslim, they don't eat donkeys. Secondly, a donkey will cost a lot of money in Blackpool because the guy who owns it makes a lot of money. You know, probably he makes more than, you know, running a shop, you know, to ride a donkey. That was a true story. Another story in the media was that, I don't know, is it swans? Yeah, the Queen owns some swans. You know, I don't know what kind of birds they are. And there were some Eastern European, they were having a barbecue somewhere near the Birmingham Palace. And a story was that, you know, asylum seekers stole the Queen's swan and barbecue it. And people believed it, you know. I don't know why the Queen left her swans, you know, outside. So it'd be quite difficult, you know. But this is the kind of stories that, you know, the media and the politicians are believing it and feeding the public, you know, that's why the migrant and the Muslims are doing in this country. But as I say, you know, if you don't defend yourself and nobody know about your story, I quite agree with you. My little nephew, sometimes he says Allahu Akbar, and my daughter is quite worried. You know, one of my daughters, she said, oh, what if he scream in George Square, you know, Allahu Akbar? You know, so now it's difficult to practice in a very civilized and democratic society. You cannot say the name of your God or your Lord. You cannot say the name of, you know, your religion in case, you know, as you said, you know, your children were quite worried. So there's the kind of fear the state in the media is trying to put, you know, and tell the people that if you, you know, if you do this, we're going to do this to you.
Thank you. Right, we're running out of time. We have run out of time, but Arzu, you can make a final comment.
Actually, it was just a practical point because we've talked a lot about Schedule 7, and on our website there's actually a leaflet you can download telling you what your rights are. There are a few under Schedule 7, but largely what you can say, what you can't say, where you can go afterwards if you want to complain, or if you just want to vent your frustrations about what's happened. And our sister here has shown us that, you know, everybody here has shown us that you can stand up and you can challenge it. And, you know, we're grown-ups, we can do that a little bit more safely, so let's do that. We have to be in this for the long haul. I've been through a Schedule 7 complaint. I've seen many litigations, and to give you an example of how widespread this is, my husband was on the oversight panel at the Home Office writing guidelines for border authorities on how to implement Schedule 7, okay? He, myself, and our two kids, aged 9 and 12, were stopped under Schedule 7. Of course, we complained. It took 3 years for that complaint to be heard, at the end of which, after 3 years of arguing, was this an appropriate Schedule 7 or not, the board agency turned around and just said, oh, actually, it wasn't a Schedule 7, so you don't have a case. Doesn't mean don't complain, just means we're in it for the long haul. But the more of us and the more support we can give each other, you know, eventually we'll get there.
Excellent, thank you very much. Right, we're going to conclude this session here. Our next session is at 3:15, resistance, and we'll be here? Yep, that's fine, so you've got 7-minute break.
Okay, just to say, SACC is supporting the demo Pinar was talking about. Let's all get out there. And also to emphasise, you've lost most of your tea break. The next session starts promptly. Feel free to get some teas and bring it in here, but we need to start the next session promptly at 3:15, please.
Thank you.
The scheduled event will be starting shortly. Independence Live is a group of citizen livestream journalists. We livestream important events which the mainstream media ignore. Indie Live has livestreamed over 700 events since November 2013. Most past events are available to view for free from our website. Our success and continued growth is down to the dedication of our volunteers and the support of our viewers. We cover political, social and cultural events in Scotland and follow news stories locally and across the globe with the help of our foreign citizen correspondents. We currently have over 25 individuals involved with Indie Live, including active groups in both Edinburgh and Glasgow. With more volunteers and resources, we could cover even more of what's really important. Indie Live regularly contributes to Common Space, one of Scotland's most influential independent news and media outlets. We also have a presence on Common Social, Scotland's new social network for independently minded people. It is increasingly clear that independent digital services are fast becoming as important as an independent media. Fortunately, Common Social was launched this year. Follow our page on Common Social and join the conversation in a social network environment developed, managed and controlled from within Scotland. Share, join and support us. Please talk to people about us, follow us on Facebook and share our posts and events. To get notifications of upcoming events, subscribe to our livestream channel at livestream.com/Independence Live. To see highlights of past events, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Please contact us via our website about getting involved. To continue to raise the quality of our coverage, expand our reach and develop much needed digital infrastructure, we need money. Please consider supporting the ongoing activity of Indie Live by making a donation at www.independencelive.net.
housekeeping.
Julia, can you give us a hand and get us some glasses?
Yes, sir. And you want me to stop at precisely 3:45, don't you?
Yeah.
The prayer break. Yeah,
Richard,
okay.
Is that okay?
Should be, but it's gone green, hasn't it? What do you really think?
It's on green. Is that working or not?
Yeah, yes, no,
Okay.
there we go.
Begin?
Do you want me to?
Sure. Everybody's yeah.
Okay, we'll get started. Well, welcome to this final plenary, everybody. My name is Talat Ahmed of Stand Up to Racism Scotland, and so I will be facilitating and chairing this session. We have 4 speakers in this final session, and I will be introducing them as they speak. We will stop at 3:45 for a short 10-minute break, which is a prayer break, and then we will resume again after that, okay? So the first speaker I'd like to introduce, I'm sure he's very familiar to most people in here, is Richard Haley of the Scotland Against Criminalising Communities, who's very thankfully organised this conference for us.
Thank you, Talat. Thank you, Talat, and thank you to everybody who's made it back from their tea break, and everybody else, I hope, is working hard to make it back from their tea break. You know, the title of this conference is Islamophobia. I think the best way to see Islamophobia, I think, is to see it as simply a form of racism. But you know, it's not just a sectional issue for Muslims. It concerns us all. It concerns us all because at the moment, Islamophobia is right in the vanguard of racism. Despite all the various forms of nastiness that have been brought on by Brexit and that we're seeing brought on in the US by the election of Trump, Islamophobia is still the rocket fuel of the far right. You know, it's the rocket fuel of the far right across Europe and into the US. How does that rocket fuel work? Well, it works because of the long war that the US is waging in the Muslim world, because of the separate colonial histories of Britain and France, because of Russia's own engagement in that colonial process, and because of the dreadful old fantasy of Europe as a special place cut off from the Islamic world to its south and east. All that talk we sometimes hear of European values, however well-intentioned and liberal it may sound, it's part of the process that cuts Europe off from the world and feeds Islamophobia and racism. But you know, the fascist jackals that are scavenging in the gutter for political offal from all this process, they're not the only problem. The state has its own Islamophobia, and that's the problem too. Just last week was launched a new report, this report on Muslims in Scotland. It's an analysis of data from the 2011 census, the last census, and you should say what's missing from it, what it really ought to have, is a little health warning about the fact that that census was run to a substantial degree by CACI, a US company involved in torture and abuses at Abu Ghraib. You know, we need the results from that census, but it ought not to be forgotten that it was a process of whitewashing human rights abuses. Well, the report is actually quite interesting, and the data in it is, in a lot of ways, quite encouraging, and it shows some marked differences between Scotland and England. So, the number of Muslims without any educational qualification has fallen since 2001, so that's progress over the last decade, and the number who are educated to at least degree level has risen over that period. And not only that, but it's in fact a bit higher than in the general population. So, there's a positive story here. On the other hand, if you look in the report at the number of Muslims characterised as economically inactive, and then you take out of that the number of those who are students or long-term sick or marked up as looking after a home, well, that core number of the unemployed is about twice as high as in the general population. So, perhaps the educational attainments aren't being quite reflected in what's happening. But what's really important is that period, 2001 to 2011, between those two censuses, that's been a time that I think most of us have perceived as a time of growing Islamophobia. I don't know of reliable figures about that in Scotland, but that's how it's looked to Muslims, I think, and it's how it's looked to many of us as non-Muslims. That period is also a time where a whole system of legislation, the terrorism laws that target Muslims, has been built over that period, and there's another whole system of laws targeting immigrants that didn't begin in that period but has been greatly expanded over that 10 years. Both of those legal systems are racist, and like most racist systems, they impact on people much more widely than the immediate victims, much more widely than the people charged under terrorism laws or the people deported under immigration laws. They have a chilling effect right across society. They promote racism and suspicion in the majority community. They subdue political discussion and confidence in the minorities that they're aimed at. Well, as part of the terrorism system that I've talked about, included in that, we now have the prevent strategy that one or two people were talking about in the previous session. Now, that strategy is beginning now to take root in Scotland. It's been gradually appearing in Scotland over quite a long time, longer than people generally realise, but it's still lagging a little in its implementation here compared with England. And it got a real boost last year from the passing of the Counter-terrorism and Security Act that sort of name checks prevent in legislation. It's sometimes described as making prevent the law. That's an exaggeration, but it name checks prevent in the law. That system called prevent isn't directed at criminal acts. It isn't even directed at plans to carry out criminal acts. It's directed basically at stuff that the government thinks shows a bad attitude. And formally, the way the police describe that is that prevent operates in what police call the pre-criminal space. And, it's a particularly police-speak term. Things are either criminal or not. They're not. So the pre-criminal space is what the rest of us would call the legal space. Police, it's the pre-criminal space. Specifically what prevent is directed again towards is what it calls violent extremism, and also what it calls Islamist extremism, regardless of whether that's violent or not. So quite formally built into statutory documents is an element of Islamophobia and discrimination. One part of prevent requires public sector workers, that's teachers, NHS staff, social workers, to watch out for extremism, and if they find it, to report individuals concerned through police to something called the Prevent Professional Concerns Programme. That's the name in Scotland for the thing that's called Channel in England. Fortunately, some of the key public sector unions whose members would be implementing this process, those unions themselves are opposed to prevent. That includes the Lecturers Union, the EU, it includes Scotland's main teaching union, the EIS, it includes the NUT, which mainly represents teachers south of the border. If we're able to turn that trade union opposition into real resistance of substance, we can stop prevent. The state's responding to this process by trying to delegitimise opposition to prevent. Last year, actually it happened just in the period shortly after this meeting, the meeting conference like this we had a year ago in December. Last year, the Daily Mail ran a hate campaign against CAGE, the organisation that Ibrahim represents, just based on CAGE's opposition to prevent. And CAGE wasn't the only organisation caught up in that. You know, very often the sort of demonisation is directed very much at Muslims. In this case, Shelley Asquith from the NUS was targeted and featured in the Daily Mail articles and suffered really atrocious, disgusting social media abuse as a result. So, you know, this is a racist society. You have to think about how bad things have got when you find people from the majority community are targeted and demonised that way. And maybe it's a bit of a pointer as to how things work, that the first layer of non-Muslims to be targeted happen to be women. Well, you know, at a seminar organised in Glasgow by the Muslim Council of Scotland a bit earlier than this year, Michael Matheson, you know, for the benefit of people outside Scotland, he's the Justice Secretary in the Scottish Government. Michael Matheson said to that meeting, "Prevent is being challenged by people who wish to spread division." I was one of the people speaking at that seminar. I was challenging Prevent. What Michael Matheson was doing the Daily Mail's work, except that, you know, Michael Matheson, decent chap in a lot of ways, nothing like the Daily Mail, but in actual fact, Michael Matheson as Justice Secretary has much more serious teeth than the Daily Mail. It's not a light thing to find yourself in a meeting where the Justice Secretary of your country is effectively declaring that there's something illegitimate about the point you're trying to make there. Julia, who's a member of SACC and sitting in the room here, has at the moment in progress a Freedom of Information request dealing with prevent funding for third sector organisations. That request's been denied and is now going through the Information Commission of the Scottish Government, and Julia are disputing whether they can give us the information or not. But the submissions from the Scottish Government in defence of their refusal to give that request are lumping together terrorists and people who, in their phrase, vocally condemn prevent. It's lumping those people together as people who are threatening and who need to be denied this information. So I don't know whether that submission from the Scottish Government is intended to intimidate the Information Commissioner or whether it's intended to intimidate us. But I don't think there's any question but that it's intimidating. It's a chilling effect on freedom of expression. The publicity for this conference today, and actually the conference week on London on Saturday, what it says is education, the legal system, prevent counter-terrorism regime, coalesce, create an environment of hate, facilitates the operation of a de facto state. In this state, civilians are either living in fear and self-censorship, or full and knowing complicity, or exceptionalist complacency, or a combination of some or all of the aforesaid. Well, now, that's a pattern that you'll see across Europe, the US, not just here, but selling that out make some people uncomfortable. What's happening really is what's happening. Attention, see it documented in the report from the Open Society Justice Foundation that was launched in the House of Commons last month, and you can see it when you listen to what the author of that report, Amrit Singh, said. What she said at the House of Commons launch really struck her in searching her report. Climate of fear, and to talk to her, give evidence for the report. In education, fortunately in Scotland, there's been some real progress in the fact that the EIS, Education Scotland last week agreed some new guidance for events and contains some really useful elements to fight back against and prevent reaffirmed imposition, imposing mandatory training for education. So all of us as campaigners, trade unions, varying degrees of events, move forward in unity. That way, win. But make no mistake, the fighting attitude to fight we're up for. There's been, I think, a steady erosion of all our freedoms over the last decade or so. All of us. You can see it in the new IP bill, what I said a moment ago, erosion of freedom. Look at the IP bill, you see our freedom tumbling like a landslide, just tumbling into the sea. This is a huge step forward in surveillance states. But even so, the pervasive, repressive machinery that operates against the Muslim population, that's still of a different order to the repression we experience more widely. In our campaign, Scotland Against Criminalising Communities, we often describe ourselves as a civil liberties campaign, but what Muslims are losing right now isn't just civil liberty. What they're losing is civil rights. Your right to talk about politics restricted, even in your own home, even in front of your children. That right to social and political discussion restricted, then what does it mean you have a right to vote? This is the most fundamental attack on political freedoms you could imagine. Civil rights issue, an attack on democracy, an attack on all our capacity to resist fascism and racism.
Thank you very much, Richard. Our next speaker is going to be Tasneem Ali, who is from the Muslim Women's Association of Edinburgh.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. The Muslim Women's Association of Edinburgh have been running activities for women and their families for about 11 years at various venues in Edinburgh. We are a grassroots organisation and run entirely by volunteers. At the time we have been running our toddler group at the Edinburgh Central Mosque, we have never had so many women talking about their experience of racist abuse and attack as we have over the past couple of years. Our group is multicultural, with women from Scotland, France, Tunisia, Pakistan, Malaysia, Morocco, to name but a few, as well as mixed race families. So we are from diverse backgrounds, but we're easily identified because we wear headscarves and some of us choose to wear a face veil. Some of the incidents that the women are talking about are such shocking. A 7-month pregnant sister had stones thrown at her while walking along the street. Women regularly report verbal abuse incidents at bus stops or in the street or in shops, and sometimes it's very subtle. A lady was standing at bus stop just last week and a man behind her was swearing, and she didn't take any notice of it because she thought he's probably drunk or something. So she moved to the other end of the bus stop and he moved behind her and carried on swearing. And there were lots of people at that bus stop and nobody said anything. So she knew it was targeted at her. A teenage boy was kicked and punched while some of his school fellows recorded the incident. They called it Smash a Packy. Another incident where a refugee schoolboy was beaten up in Wester Hailes, not once but several times, and now he's afraid to go to school. So this is happening right here in Edinburgh. When we hear of these incidents, we can't stand by and do nothing. I mean, I've worked in the community for many years, and I'm quite happy actually usually to be in the background doing the teas and coffees. I'm not really a speaker, but these incidents, when they happen right on our doorstep to people that we actually know, have forced myself to speak out, to become activists. And I think a lot of women are realizing that they need to start doing that now. The media doesn't help, of course. Terrorist attacks by white non-Muslims, like the murder of Muhammad Salim by a neo-Nazi in 2013, didn't get into the mainstream media. But scaremongering about the apparent threat posed by Muslims is widespread in the media. This sort of reporting creates a negative and very dangerous mindset within the community. A Swedish lady that we met at one of our anti-racist demos, organized by the UAF actually, turned out to be an assertiveness trainer. Her name was Leila, and we spoke to her about the incidents, and we said that we needed our sisters to become more assertive and confident enough to speak out if they were ever in such an incident. Leila agreed to run a 5-week assertiveness course for our ladies. On the last session, she told us her friends, who like her were not Muslim, and for one reason or another had never been in contact with Muslims, had asked her if she really wanted to take the risk of working with Muslim women. Leila did take the risk, and she says that she's happy that she did, because she says, you women are just normal, like all other women. So it just goes to show the effect that the media can, how the effect of the media can change the attitudes of people against a whole community. Her friends were not racist, but they were afraid because of what they had read in the media. So we need to stop being afraid, and that includes Muslims as well. We need to stop being afraid. It's not our fault. We haven't done anything wrong. Imagine the effect that it's having on our children if the parents are afraid to speak out. England have shown a rise in Islamophobia and racism. English studies have shown a rise in Islamophobia and racism. In Scotland, there seems to be very little research done on it. We have been contacted by several researchers who want to speak to Muslim women about their experiences, but we actually haven't seen any completed projects so far. Smina, one of our members, decided to collect data to prove that Islamophobia was indeed on the rise in Scottish schools. She interviewed Muslim school children about their experiences of Islamophobia in their classrooms, and the results were absolutely heartbreaking. Out of the 93 children she interviewed, more than half of them had been called racist names. One child said, "People in my class punch me and say I'm a terrorist." Another quoted, "Me and my friend get called names like terrorists, bombers, ISIS. They say Allahu Akbar and they pretend to throw bombs at us." One girl even had her hijab ripped off. Many pupils said that the teachers don't do anything and they wouldn't report it to anyone in their school because they don't trust them. So we have the situation where pupils are called names by other students and the teachers don't know what to do about it, so they just ignore it. We have contacted counsellors about providing helpful literature for teachers in dealing with Islamophobic incidents that occur in their classrooms, but this has not been implemented so far. School is supposed to be the best time of a child's life, but for many children it can be very daunting. The EIS said in its own research had shown prejudice-based bullying was increasing, with misogyny, racism, Islamophobia and homophobia being of serious concern. Moy strongly opposes the controversial PREVENT policy. We believe it identifies Muslims as susceptible to radicalization above all other communities. We believe it is inherently racist. We see the example of the pupil who wrote an essay expressing his views on Syria, then being questioned by the police. Would this have happened if he hadn't been a Muslim? By bringing the PREVENT policy into the education system is doing more harm than good. The relationship between teachers and students is based on trust, and if that is in any way undermined, the classroom will no longer be a place where students feel free to express themselves because they will not feel safe. If students have to guard themselves through fear of being turned in, the effect can be counterproductive. It's far better for teachers to engage with students in a debate. Only then is there a possibility of changing their views. Along with other anti-racist work, we pledge to stand against PREVENT and join anti-racist rallies to help with raising awareness on these issues. It is clear to us that the rise of UKIP, followed by Brexit and terrorist incidents abroad, expose our communities to hate crime. We know we have to educate people, and we have recently had our Love Culture Hate Racism event with Alexander from the Polish community and footballer Michael Weir from Show Racism the Red Card speaking. The event had music and stories from Africa. It's a very multicultural event. These events, as well as our other public meetings, are open to the whole of the Edinburgh community, and we are proud that we work with groups like Edinburgh UAF, Stop the War, and SACC on mutual projects. Bringing racism and Islamophobia into the open and discussing it is the best way to beat it. We need to bring back the trust and care into our communities. If we see any form of racist abuse taking place and we don't want to confront the perpetrator, the least we can do is to stand by the victim and show them the support and show that there's still humanity in this crazy world. No one can do this by themselves. We have to do it together, and we must stand up against Islamophobia and all other forms of racist and bigotry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tasneem. We're now going to have a break for half an hour for prayers. And, 10 minutes, sorry, 10 minutes. My God. 10 minutes, everybody, okay? Thank you.
mine's on. Worked out a nice shortcut behind the Bank of Scotland.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
You've been more like 25 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to resume this final session. And our next speaker this afternoon is Ibrahim Mohamoud, who is from CAGE, and he will introduce what the organisation is about in addition to his comments. Thank you, Ibrahim. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Ibrahim Mohamoud. I'm the Communications Officer at the advocacy organisation CAGE. We were established in 2003 as a response initially to the detention of nuns at Guantanamo. And our work still does, and as it was then in 2003, focused on the war on terror and calling for due process, the rule of law, and accountability. And I will try not to go over my allocated time, but essentially our work in the most recent period has been focused on the prevent duty. Since 2007, we've been working on this area for a number of years. And just in the last year or so, I've been working on a number of particular pieces of research, which I'll try and articulate in a very concise way. But what I would like to do actually is to actually use my session to respond to something that I read in the Times in October, which is which would be quite a nice way of explaining how and why the duty in particular and the number and the programs. So in England, for example, Channel can misread so-called signs or markers of radicalization. I think it would be a very good anecdote to explain some of the flaws, really. So the piece I'm referring to in particular was written by Helen Rumblow, and she was given allegedly unique access into the Channel program. And this was an extended particular article that was written in the Times on the 25th of October. And essentially what the article tries to present is an account of the Home Office's Channel program. And the idea is that it is a unique ideal form which forms part of the wider measures of the government's counter-terrorism strategy. So Rumblow claims that the Home Office has given her this unique access in order to present a view about how Channel, which is the de-radicalization element of the prevent duty, works in operation. But of course, missing from the piece was any critical voices of the strategy, as one would expect from the Times. But also, it raises the spectre of having access that comes at a cost. So, for example, the piece mentions the most ideal case of a person called Ali. Now, Ali is not his real name. He's a 13-year-old boy going through some great personal difficulty, like many individuals go through at various stages of their life. And I quote here from the article, you would see his dad smashing his mum's face with his fist in the kitchen of their one-bedroom flat. And you will see Ali taunted by the bullies at school, by the bully at this school, and a white boy jeering at this new Pakistani kid day after day. Now, that's a real-life example. So I'm not denying that this actually has happened to the person who's named as Ali, the 13-year-old boy. But what I want to actually highlight are the vulnerabilities. So the issue of the prevent strategy, and in particular the way Channel then goes on to diagnose how to deal with these vulnerabilities, I think no one would disagree that every human being is susceptible to being vulnerable to all kinds of things. And I think that is not a problem in saying that. But the problem is how those vulnerabilities are presented as naturally leading to radicalization. I think that's the concern I'd like to identify. So for example, these vulnerabilities are presented as being a backdrop to how Ali potentially becomes radicalized. So what the journalist is referring to as him being, quote, claimed by the dark side. So the article draws a straight line between the difficulties of Ali on one hand, that he's facing in his personal and school life, as tragic and as horrific as they are, but with the potential for the worst possible outcome for him to end up with, that he was not only being harmed, but would eventually go on to carry out harm. Now, in the view of the Times article, having not been the intervention of his teacher based around his unhappiness, Ali, having drawn a man with a gun, he might have slipped between the cracks. So the article then goes on to say that the teacher supervising Ali's detention was alarmed enough to keep Ali back for a conversation. So it didn't take long to observe his unhappiness, while the teacher tries to draw out Ali, who's hunched over, avoids eye contact. He's gnashing on his skin, on his fingers in particular, making it raw and bloody. I'm quoting directly from the article. Yet to explain the gun, Ali said he wanted to fight for Islamic State. Now, so this is the article again, quoting. I'm all quoting from the article directly. This skinny 13-year-old schoolboy was to all intents and purposes an undetonated bomb. And that was actually emphasized in the article. Now, the point I'm trying to really get across here is that the school teacher's intervention is presented as being the scenario in which channel and prevent intersect with one another. So the teacher becomes concerned about a child's behavior, and that's, again, no harm in that whatsoever. No one will have a problem with that. But then it's for he or she to decide, is he at risk, and must be referred to prevent and subsequently referred to channel for assistance. Now, it's precisely at that particular moment where I want to draw your attention to. Now, the logic of prevent starts to come apart, because the journalist, Helen Rumblow, her logic would present that channel and prevent is to intervene. But she also quotes, this is hard to do, especially since these are people who have so far done nothing wrong. So in other words, the assessments that are being made by frontline staff operating in what Richard and others have mentioned today, this minority report, criminal space, the idea you can catch someone's, you can predict future crime years into the future, which has not been proven, by the way, by any half-decent academic or scientist. Operating in this pre-criminal space assumes that an individual will go on to commit an act of criminality. Now, the problem is that it's open to all sorts of subjective interpretations. In fact, I'll actually go as far to call it this sort of unconscionable bias, essentially, and that's the problem with it. But nevertheless, the journalist then goes on to say that one can only suspect that those we can always assume that one can only suspect that those she was speaking to, such as Ali, was an undetonated bomb. But rather than simply looking at someone who's struggling the world around him, domestic violence at home, bullying in the school playground, there's this, in my view, a racially charged assumption that the natural outcome for this boy is to basically go on a pathway towards violence. Perhaps he could have gone in a different direction had the social settings been different, and had the unhappiness in his life been removed. I think this is the point I want to make a point of, that the assumption is that because of domestic violence in the home, because he's being bullied in the playground, Ali is 99.9% likely to become a radical extremist or a terrorist. I think this is where the logical prevent all falls apart. And I think what we should really be addressing as communities, as a society, is how do we remove that unhappiness rather than trying to criminalize that person and saying, well, it's highly likely you're going to become a terrorist, and it's at that point we should intervene and stay away from terrorism. Rather, what should be happening clearly is that the social services are aware, or the authorities are aware of what's happening in the home setting in terms of the domestic violence, of course, but also the bullying context as well. Those two factors, I would argue, and I think many sort of like-minded people would argue, that had they been addressed, that would easily remedy his unhappiness. Now, the problem is that Rumlow accepts in her piece that Ali has no ability to discern the difference between the Army of Pakistan and IS, right? So the question we have to ask ourselves is, why did she assume that IS would be the logical end for him? If the journalist herself acknowledges that he's a confused child, he can't discern between what is the Pakistani army and what is IS, then why does she assume automatically that he will automatically, most likely, probably go down towards a path of joining IS? Now, it's a question that demands that people like Rumlow and also her readers address their own deeply held assumptions about the fears of young men like Ali, because their relationship with society to others like him is different from other people. So ultimately, the actions taken as a part of Channel and are actions that should have been taken place had Channel not existed, The teacher, obviously, should have had trained to spot the signs of a student's unhappiness. Social workers should have intervened to assist to intervene in the domestic violence situation that's happening at the home. And also the school should have played a role to stop the bullying against him. Now, all of this would exist in an environment where Ali and other people like him were not considered to be potential future threats. So in other words, the lens of terrorism, the lens of securitization, had that been removed, genuine care would have begun. And that's the sort of anecdote I'm trying to sort of put across. So coming back to Rumlow's article, the question then is, what is the real risk posed by Ali of being interested in joining IS in that scenario? In reality, prevent and channel are an exercise in crystal ball gazing, where there's little chance of accurately answering that question. And again, Rumlow quotes, and the channel program has remained mysterious because no one has been quite sure how or if it is succeeding. And the point here is that such ambiguity and guesswork means the program securitizes and alienates Muslims in the absence of concrete facts. The reality is that many children suffer from all types of vulnerabilities, like those shown by Ali. However, it is telling that half of those referred to channel have been Muslim. I think that figure has actually been increased recently, and which is indicative of the disproportionate emphasis of the program on Muslims. So while some might claim that the other half are non-Muslim, so I don't know if you saw last week, Prevent went on an amazing PR exercise to say that there's been a huge increase in far-right referrals. When you actually go into the figures, in terms of England and Wales only, because that's the only figures they've released that are the most recent, 70% of the people being referred are Muslims. It's only 15% that are so-called far-right or referrals. So what they've done, which is very smart, I have to commend Prevent for this in England and Wales, it's really a game of tricks and mirrors, is that they've said, well, Wales has had 50%, half of the Welsh referrals are far right. And I think half of the referrals in East Yorkshire are far right. But if you still look at the figures, Muslims are, several times more likely to be, Muslim child several times more likely to be referred than any other person in the population. And Muslims, make up, 5% of the UK population? So, of course, there is this heavy over-reporting, and you're more likely to be referred regardless. So the point I'm trying to make here is that, for example, out of the 4,000 children reported, if you were to assume that 2,000 have been Muslim, for example, based on the old figures I have here, due to the population demographics, that means that, of the 0.067% of Muslims are referred, as opposed to, in reality, the 0.0035% of non-Muslims. So ultimately, for a Muslim child, it means you're 20 times more likely to be reported for radicalization than your non-Muslim peers. So just to conclude on this particular anecdote from our good friend Helen Rumlow at the Times, there are further questions that arise when it comes to her article. So Ali's mother, Yasmin, again, it's a name that's been changed for obviously legal reasons, was asked for consent before the de-radicalization program known as Channel. The authorities had already deemed Ali a risk when they approached her. Now, after explaining why they felt he was at risk, she complied with their request. Now, what would have happened, though? The question we should be asking ourselves is, what would have happened if Yasmin had refused? And she might have just as quickly told them that while they needed assistance in Ali's personal life, there was no way to tell if he was watching videos online that placed him at special risk, especially as ones that have largely been invented by the government through its radicalization science. So they've developed this tool. I've seen a report that our organization released a few weeks ago now, which is a psychological tool which is known as the ERG22+. So essentially what you have is a secret government study, which was concocted by two criminal psychologists in the early 2000s. There was a big issue, and it's an issue that everyone recognizes, that you had a large number of people being convicted for terrorism offenses in the UK. It's not clear had they been convicted for a plot or for preparation, and that's a big difference, I would argue. But regardless, let's leave that to the side. They had this inquiry, which was led by the National Offenders Management Service, whether to, how do we release people? How do we put people who've been convicted of terrorism on probation? How would it work? You never had this scenario of terrorism legislation post-2000. So they had this way of, sitting down with convicted prisoners, speaking to them, engaging with them. Now, these academics write their journal articles 6 years after that research concluded. And they mention a number of interesting things. They mentioned, first of all, we couldn't speak to all the prisoners because they won't speak to us. Those we could speak to, we didn't have our notebooks with us, so we had to base our research on from memory. And once we'd concluded that, then we'd only really managed to speak to 20 people. Now, from those 20 convicted terrorists, or those people convicted of terrorism offences in the UK, we had then essentially concluded on how we can sort of see the markers of extremism and radicalisation. Now, that research was meant to be only used for convicted terrorists in a probationary setting. But what you're having now with the prevent duty, which our organisation uncovered a few weeks ago, is that science, this sort of really pseudoscience, to be honest with you, has been used as the scientific underpinning of the prevent duty. So when academics, teachers, nurses, doctors, probation officers are taught to spot the signs and the markers of extremism, they're having to go by these tools, these extremism risk guidance, and they're called 22 plus because there's an assumption of them being 22 of them or more. But just to conclude on this particular point, the point I'm trying to make on this particular development is that it has questionable science. You know, its conclusions have serious questions. So, for example, we had a report which was reviewed by 18 experts in the field of radicalization and counterterrorism and psychology. And the report shows that the government invented a false narrative of risk based on a science that is kept secret on the basis of national security. The report was so significant that 140 academics put their name to a joint letter questioning the government about it and demanding it for it to be released and for it to be independently reviewed, the data sets. Now, as acknowledged, again, going back to the article very quickly by Helen, much of what Channel does is hidden for national security reasons. But using the shaky basis for intervening in a vulnerable individual's life is not only an extremely fear-based but uncompassionate approach, but it stands a chance of having the opposite effect from its intended desires. So what you're having essentially is these academics who looked at the signs of radicalization reported 6 years later, claiming that after 6 years having passed of this research being out there, being embedded in Prevent, we could say a few things. Number one, we didn't include that foreign policy could be a grievance. And this was an omission based on the fact that we were writing during the Iraq-Afghan invasion period. That's an admission, 6 years after their research. They also admit that Prevent at the moment has no predictive validity. That we can't say 6 years after concluding our research that Prevent will ever be able to predict future patterns of behavior, offending, or crime. And these are the people who are tasked with the job of trying to come up with the science. How do you spot a radical? How do you spot a terrorist and extremist? How do you train people to do that? So just to conclude, this is a false and, to be very frank, paternalistic way of looking at things. And it's quite frankly an arrogant approach to Muslim communities in the UK. And it's really worrying because not only is it based on a false science, but because it seeks to raise the phantom of terror, which is where there's little potential for that terror to emerge in the future. Now, governments, of course, should deal with vulnerability, as it has the ability to do so for existing tools, improve social welfare initiatives, before securitized narrative takes root. But vulnerabilities need kindness, compassion, and ultimately the trust of communities in order to resolve those vulnerabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our final speaker in this session is going to be Arzu Merali.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. It's me again. Sorry. Thank you. First of all, an apology. I have to shoot off in 10 minutes, so I won't be able to do Q&A. I wanted to just touch on the topic of resistance, and I think the themes that we've talked about today, and I think we already know, is that broadly we have the issue of being attacked, whether it's Muslims or some other type of demonized community or individual, at the street level or in school settings or places where we should be feeling safe. And how do we have resistance to that? And then we have the attack of the state and the institutions, the key cultural and national institutions, whether they're the media, whether they're the legal system and law enforcement, etc. So these are two areas. They're not the only areas, but how do we resist? Huge, it's another conference and lots of workshops, etc. But one of the things that struck me, you mentioned the cases that were being discussed and reported, people being attacked and lots of people being around and nobody responding. Okay, this is something we picked up in reports and things from over 10 years ago. This is now a pervasive experience, okay, that for whatever reason, those bonds of empathy between humans have just broken down. So it's one thing that a person is violent and vicious, but it's another thing when people don't feel they have to respond. So the first thing we need to start working on is ways of responding as those of us who are individuals. Now, there are actually some strategies and things that have been developed both in the UK and America, which probably we should, some of us, sit down and get together and circulate as to how to intervene if you see a racist or some other type of attack going on in a public space, how to try and diffuse the situation, etc. Because also at the end of the day, you may also feel scared. This is one. It's not the only one, but this is one way that we need to start kind of working. And hopefully if people see people doing it, it will raise questions or it will empower them, etc., etc. I'm not usually a huge fan of putting responsibility on individuals and at the grassroots, because ultimately it's the state that needs to be dealing with violence on the streets and coming down and kind of retraining people's minds, etc. But anyway, they're not doing it, so what little bit can we do? The second thing, and I don't really have a solution to this, but none of us do, I guess, but we're all trying to find different strategies, is how to deal with the violence of the state, whether it comes covertly through discriminatory practices or overtly through, wrongful imprisonments, police brutality, and so on and so forth. And those conversations are obviously ongoing. But I just wanted to pick up on one thing, which is about spreading awareness and really kind of raising our own awareness about the shifts in culture, the shifts in conversation, and how we have to tackle this kind of collapse of ideas that we've had. Cage, I'm so glad they're here. Brother Asim Qureshi, I'm sure many of you have seen him on television and so on, who's one of the senior brothers at Cage, was viciously attacked in the media last year based on misinterpretation of some comments that he'd made, which in and of themselves, to be honest, were not really controversial or shouldn't have been controversial. But that's already one example of how badly the narrative has changed. One particular article in the Daily Mail struck me. I wrote a response on my blog, but I mean, Daily Mail, my blog, the difference of the readership, right? In which they exposed the brother Asim as the son of immigrants. Sorry, I'm laughing, you'll understand when I get to the end of the list. Who went to a private school, whose brother-in-law is a millionaire. He himself, what was the other thing? There was another thing, I forget now. Private school was one. Oh, he lives in a house in a gated community. And you kind of read to the end of the article and thought, and? But there was no and. Now, I'm a child of Thatcher. I was born in 1970. I grew up, my teenage years under Mrs. Thatcher. She would have been spinning in her grave because that was like the description of, your Uber, get on your bike family scenario. That was a success story 20, 30 years ago, is now actually, in the context of a Muslim activist, evidence to be used against him of having a house, of having a brother-in-law, of going to a good school. I mean, we're laughing. It is ridiculous, but actually, that is kind of what is going unchallenged. And that's actually what is in the mind of people who are implementing Prevent, right? It doesn't matter what you do. There isn't a logic. There isn't a real logic. Like I said, it's pseudoscience. And, you are just guilty by virtue of being Muslim. If you don't mind, can I steal your example of Ali? Yeah. So this is a point of concern where we have to find some very clever points of resistance. And as I said, we're all trying to do this, but we have to really kind of coalesce around it a bit more. You mentioned that, at the point of, there's a point of intervention in Ali's case where social services should be called in and the domestic violence situation, etc., being addressed. But the problem we have is, forget about Prevent and forget about 9/11 and anti-terrorism. Even pre-Prevent, you had a kind of system of racism in institutions like social services that would really undermine a good outcome of that scenario. I'll give you a quick example of a social worker who's working with us before 9/11, who turned up on her first day of work, was told to go and take somebody's children into care because the mother was having a nervous breakdown. She was not a Muslim. She went there and she started talking to the mother. The evidence that was listed of her having a nervous breakdown was because she kept praying all the time. Okay, so she was very worried. Okay, this praying all the time was just praying 5 times a day. Okay, and she kind of went through the scenario, and the woman's husband had broken his leg. He couldn't work. She didn't know she could access benefits. He just sorted it all out. She said, this is my first example of extreme racism in social services. Nobody questioned it. It was just by accident that she had a critical mind and had gone there that day. Somebody else, the children would have been taken into care. Scroll forward sort of 16, 17 years, and what you've now got is everybody has to surveil. Okay? That's the duty on social workers, on doctors, on nurses. So even if you had only social services intervening, they are still going to pathologize Ali as a potential terrorist. And if you read the work of people like Amrit Wilson, actually, talks about who's been an advocate all her life of, fighting domestic violence and the specificities of it in Asian communities and so on and so forth, turning around and saying, at the moment we have a regime where a woman who's a victim of domestic violence from a minority ethnic community, particularly but not solely Muslim, will have a case meeting held about her once she's in the system, where she's not present, she's not allowed to be present. But you don't just have social workers and police, you have doctors, you have the teachers of the kids of this woman, you have literally everybody involved in her life and then some, except that woman herself and her family. And there is, again, a pathologization which is based around securitization. So I think in many ways we're a lot of the time not understanding at how much this culture, but also the policies that underpin it, has crept into everywhere. So our reorganization and resistance has to really look at that. There are no easy solutions, but we have to kind of keep this in mind, that it's not about kind of trying to educate authorities or, getting the right types of intervention, because we've gone past a point now with Prevent where all interventions are somehow moderated through this lens. It's a huge task, but at the very least we need to understand it before we can carry on. Forgive me, I have to go catch my train. Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you to the organisers, it's been excellent.
Okay, thank you very much, Arzu. We now have some time to take questions from the floor or anything else, and if they could please come through the chair, that would be very much appreciated.
Somebody could take the
Straight down there.
Hiya. Oh, it's quite loud. Thank you all for your presentations. Really interesting and enlightening. And I think resistance is something that often gets sidelined in these conversations as well. So I think that's, these are important discussions to be had. One thing that I wanted to bring up was something that I think has started happening more and more is that anti-racism is being co-opted by the state, and I'll give you an example from just the past week that I've noticed is there's now been I think we're seeing this particularly with the language of hate crime as well, and the hate crime agenda. Not to say that hate crime isn't an important thing to acknowledge and to be organising around, but just in the last week we've seen a national campaign against hate crime launched that's been endorsed by Theresa May, and that is being framed as promoting British values, and explicitly, this hate crime, this national hate crime campaign is being framed as promoting British values, and Theresa May is getting behind it, and in fact using it as an example of the way that the British government is doing anti-racism. So I think this is something that we need to be really aware of and kind of incorporating into our understandings of how we resist as well. So I don't know if anyone on the panel has anything to say about that. Any thoughts?
Thank you very much. So we'll take a few questions and issues, and then everybody on the panel will come back at the end. The person over here, please. Do just put your hands up if you'd like to say anything at all, or just even a simple question or any other point that anybody would like to raise.
Yeah, in terms of Prevent and resisting Prevent, I'd like to tell the story about what happened in Edinburgh College, but just when you were talking about people, using guns, etc. I don't personally play computer games, but if you ever looked at any computer games, That's all, all the kids are being expected to do this, playing these sorts of games. If they were labelled as terrorists, that would be the entire young population of the country. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. But anyway, to talk about Prevent, Edinburgh College, they wanted to bring in Prevent training. And they had 10 sort of case studies, and 4 of those case studies dealt with people from abroad. Those people from abroad came from Yemen, Syria, Pakistan, and I think it was Afghanistan. And the sort of examples they gave were unbelievable. One was a woman is being threatened by her Syrian refugee partner. That was one of the examples. The other one was a student drops out. He was a good student before. He drops out because he wants to go back to Pakistan. Now, what we said was women, all sorts of women are threatened with violence, whether it's a Syrian refugee or, there's absolutely no connection with that. Why don't we just talk, this brings the point about how you support people in general. Remove the word Syrian refugee, a woman is being threatened by her partner, what do we do about it? That's the correct approach. Somebody wants to drop out of a course. It doesn't matter whether they're going to Pakistan or Nicaragua or the moon. What do you do about the fact that somebody wants to drop out? In other words, we insisted that those were withdrawn. And the reason they were withdrawn was because we said, if you try this, we will boycott it. Now, I'm a member of the EIS, trade union at the work, and they knew that if we did boycott it, nobody would turn up. And so they conceded, and all references to, the Prevent training, everything was removed. Now, on the basis of that, this was taken to the EIS, the national union, the teachers' union, and it's part of the Richard referred to it, the program that is being rolled out, where the EIS says, you can oppose Prevent, and this is how it is done. In other words, resistance is futile. It's not futile. If you've got the strength and you organize, you can do it. And we did it there, and I think that everybody should take that lesson. It can be done. And I mentioned this morning in the kids session. I sort of sneaked in as the old person when Yvonne Ridley was doing it. But it was kids should, when they are threatened with all sorts of things, they should take it to the teachers. And if the teachers won't take it up, say your union says you should take it up. Don't try and hide that it's not my responsibility. No, the union has a very good position now, and in every school we should be challenging it. It can be done.
Anybody else? Yes, this person at the back there.
Hi, I came late, so I didn't get to hear everything, but I was, normally I tend to think about Islamophobia, and personally, as a Muslim, first of all, I love animals, so I would use an example of animals. So it might be offensive a little bit, but I think people will understand, and I'm a Muslim. So I tried to think about Muslims living in the West, and I've kind of saw it in a way that it's as if you take a wild animal, which is ferocious, you use it, you take it and try to put it with humans and live with humans, like tame it. And if you look at it, like the animal is tamed, but people around, when they look at that animal, they don't feel safe. They don't feel that the animal is completely like harmless. So the way I see it is that when that animal is about humans, it tends to bring fear in the people. And even though the animal is tamed, is safe, there's nothing wrong, but the people would not be comfortable. And then you'll find some people who tend to poke fun, tease the animal and all that stuff. And all of a sudden you find the animal, if it gets stressed or a little bit, like something like that, people start to get worried that it might attack. So in a way, I'm not saying Islamophobia is a good thing, but I can see where it comes from. And I'm thinking, what could be the solution to that? Because, yes, I used an animal as an example. It's not very good, but I think that's how it's seen. And to be honest, if there is a solution to that, then fine. But I think this whole thing is not just from the people around, but it's all over, like all the way to the government and all that stuff, and then you find that the government is also doing the same. I think they're scared the same way. So if there's anything that could make people not be scared of someone who has the potential to attack or something like that, then I don't have the answer. Thanks.
Thank you. There's a question over here, please.
Hi, thank you for organising such a wonderful event, first of all. And I think partly because of that, it's so important to have such events and for minorities to connect with majorities, and for there to be communication between different groups and different communities, because many of these issues are because of the fear of the unknown. And I would like to especially thank Tasneem for saying that not all of these people are racist. They're just afraid because of the fear that the media causing them. And I know there's a lot of racism as well, and it's horrible, it's just appalling, but many of these people don't see it as that. And sometimes calling people racist can just shut down the conversation, which is not what we want either. And that's happening a lot with left-wing conversation around issues of cultural appropriation and that kind of thing, where many conversations are just shut down by labeling people as being racist or extreme right-wing, etc., etc. I'm not saying that that's happening here, and that's what I found so wonderful about your comments of people not always being racist, but just being afraid, and being afraid of the unknown as well. And that's why I just think we need more connection between minorities and majorities. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what has just been said. Not all of it, though. I think those of us that have been in the anti-racist and anti-fascist movements since whenever, in the 70s in my case, found that there is a big difference between racists and fascists, and we have to be aware of that. And it's absolutely true that not all white people are fascists, not all white people are racists, not all white people are sexists, and there is the potential for unity. And I think Yvonne said it very well. It's really, really good, and it's a great conference that's brought together people who are Muslim and who are not Muslim, who are opposed to Islamophobia. So that is one thing. But actually, we do our children in the schools and our communities a disservice if we don't label things that are racist when they are racist, because that leads to silence amongst the children that go to school that are suffering bullying. They have to name the behavior in order to challenge it. That's how we get over it, by saying, no, actually, that is racist. And I've had that happen to me where somebody said, but, it was somebody in Soughton prison where I was teaching, and I forgot to look away in modesty as a woman, and the guy said, "Are you gay?" The prisoner said, and I said, "Well, are you the alternative?" Because there are things that unite us, whether we are from that group or not. And it's really important, I think, that we absolutely say they are fascists, they will not pass, we will physically stop them marching, and it's an absolute disgrace that there were people in Edinburgh, women in Edinburgh today, that were attacked by a group of Nazis, 10 Nazis in Southside. That has to be physically confronted with masses of people, not individual acts of terrorism of whatever sort, not individual acts of vengeance, people turning up in masses with their children, babies in buggies, lots and lots of people, and we defeat them by showing that we are united. But we also have to say that is racist behavior, and we know where racism comes from, and we have to challenge the cuts. Because when people are in fear of their losing their flat, or can't get a flat, can't feed their children, are having to take a decision at this time of year whether to put the heating on or whether to feed the family, That's where racism breeds. It breeds in the sewers of the crisis, which is ideologically driven through austerity as a plan, because the rich are getting richer and the rest of us are getting poorer. And we've got to unite on that basis, and we also have to say they will not pass, and racism is racist behaviour, and it's not acceptable either.
Thank you. And there's someone at the back, at the very back on the bookstall, please.
Thanks. I've just been thinking about some of the discussion we had in our workshop this morning, and we covered quite a lot of ground, but one of the things we talked about in particular was the way in which the media and tends to react to atrocities which happen in different places, and the double standards that take place. So some things are reported, some things just actually are hardly reported at all. And thinking of this in a slightly wider perspective, it does seem to me that there are lots of ways in which the roots of racism in British society are very deep. I mean, they go back to empire and the necessity to, when you're actually exploiting and actually causing the deaths of very large numbers of people around the world, you have to kind of convince people that somehow they're somehow different than yourselves. But actually, but I think we have to also be very explicit about what is precisely happening just now, and the roots of Islamophobia seem to me to be very strongly both in that historical racism, but in a very explicit attempt of the British government to kind of regain ground, because if we look back, it's really not that long ago, it's long enough, 13 or 14 years ago, to the height of the anti-war movement. One of the things they really, really hated was, first of all, the fact that it was a mass movement. Secondly, that it was a mass movement that united people from all faiths and none, black, white, Muslim, straight, gay, women, men. It was a fantastically diverse movement. And since then, they have been thinking really hard about how they reclaim that ground, and they've done that all at the time and since, through language, through linking terrorism and Islam and so on, often in the same sentence. I mean, I see that one of the great exponents of that, Tony Blair, seems to think that we need him to come back as somehow to kind of become a major part of British politics again. But it's not just Tony Blair. It's been across the board. But it's also the case, I think, that they've invented a whole lot of traditions. So things like Armed Forces Day, which you look at the publicity, you think it might have existed for many centuries. Actually, it's been around for just a tiny number of years, and they've tried to suggest that if you're opposed to the way things are, then you're somehow anti-patriotic. You're against British values. This British values thing is just well, it's hard to be articulate about it because it's just so stupid and such nonsense. So it seems to me that partly what we have to do is actually to recognise that, and many people have talked about it today. We have to name it for what it is, and actually at heart, it is a fantastic undemocratic attack on all of us, because if we cannot oppose wars in other places, we can't stand up for human rights, because actually if we can't be anti-fracking because that's determined as possibly terrorism. There's a interesting bit of somebody from the police talking about Prevent that's going around Facebook at the moment, which I think is authentic, which actually saying these frackers, they're just little anti-frackers, rather, just a few steps away from shifting into terrorism. So it debases language, and it destroys any sense that it's legitimate to have counter views. And it seems to me that we can take that there is hope, because actually what we have to do is actually win the argument that this undermines all of us. It's the Muslim community that's at the sharp end, but we're all lessened and weakened by that. And if we want to really have a society that's worth living in, we have to take that back confront that on all fronts.
Thank you. Okay, right. I'm going to bring the speakers in very, very shortly. Thank you to everybody for contributing to that discussion. Just two very short announcements. Firstly, just on the theme of that, yes, uniting and that we are able to do something. One of the things that we can do is that in Curry, there was a racist attack, as we know from so many examples throughout the day, that sadly racism is alive and well within Scotland. In Curry, which is here in Edinburgh, a couple who are Indian had racist language, abuse thrown at them because of their skin color. They were told to go home and to F off back to where they came from. They reported this to the police. It's very interesting, the police's response. The police have defined this as being hate crime, exactly as you said. And it's quite striking because they refuse to recognize this as racism, and the use of this word hate is very much being used to delegitimize the idea of things like Islamophobia and racism. As a result of this, a petition has been launched, and the couple who live in Curry have asked for anti-racists to turn up. And this is going to be on Saturday, the 17th of December, so that's 2 weeks today, at 2 o'clock at the Co-op in Curry. If your names are on the lists here, SACC and others will email you with the details. But I think this is something which is very concrete. What's very good is in the area of Curry, black and white people have come together to say that they are not going to stand for this, to have two people of their community being victimized in this area, in this way. And that's why I think it'll be very good for us to show that there is something very concrete that we can do about this. And we are also going to have MSPs and counsellors who are going to be there along with school teachers, because this was a group of white youths who did this. And on one level, yes, it's certainly clear that they're just picking up all the nonsense that they're hearing in the press, that they're hearing on TV by politicians and everything else. But it's also very, very important that we're not complacent about this, and that we're able to respond to this to ensure that this kind of behaviour is completely unacceptable. The second announcement, it's already been mentioned, but just to reiterate, that obviously one of the factors behind this increase in Islamophobia, of course, has come from the other side of the pond in terms of Trump's election. And on Friday, the 20th of January, Trump is going to be inaugurated as the most powerful man on this planet. And that is monstrous by itself. The only thing it's equaled by are the monsters that he has appointed who are going to be part of his government and his cabinet. And as a result of this, people and activists have called for protest in Washington that day. And there is people are talking about a million march by women and others on Washington. And in solidarity with that, protests have been called right the way throughout the country. Stand Up to Racism has initiated this protest, which will be on that Friday, the 20th of January at 5:30 at the Wellington statue on the east end of Princes Street. And this is being supported by UCU, which is my own union. UCU nationally here in Scotland is supporting this, alongside the People's Assembly in Scotland. We also have SACC who are supporting this. The Muslim Women's Association of Britain, Stop the War Scotland, are also supporting this. And I think it's very, very vital that not only do we show solidarity with people in the United States, but that also this is going to be a palpable demonstration of our own unity against the monstrosity of Trump and all the racism, the other isms that he represents. And so there will be publicity that's produced for that next week, and that will be going out too. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to take the speakers in reverse order. So first of all, I'm going to take Ibrahim.
Thank you very much. Before I begin, I just want to say that unfortunately, I will have to shortly leave due to the last train departing. So please do excuse me if I leave halfway through. It's regrettable, but can't be avoided. Before I begin, also to thank the organisers as well. I think this has been a really fruitful discussion. I've really benefited from the workshops in particular and the sessions as well. And just seeing the solidarity here in Scotland is actually really, really heartwarming. But also, it shows that there is at least a great deal of care and concern, but it's about how we try and take this forward, I think. And obviously, there's lots of actions that you mentioned, Talat, as well, and we need to, in order to take that forward. Just to come back on some of the points, there were a number of contributions, and do forgive me if I don't respond to all of them, but I'll respond to the ones that I felt particularly quite interested in, shall I say. I mean, on the point of regards to the example you mentioned in Edinburgh College, I think in terms of one thing that we've been learning, one thing we've been speaking about, and in England in particular, is about, you know, there are opportunities where you can feed in and make clear demands which can make it unworkable, which can undermine it. So people are talking about non-cooperation, they're talking about boycotting the training and even engaging to begin with. But I think also needs to be a strategy as to how do you reaffirm some key principles and values that I think everyone can agree on. So Goldsmiths College, the University of London in South East London, for example, what they've demanded Islamophobia awareness training as mandatory for all staff members across the college. So that way, at least staff are having a positive alternative presented to them, which enables them to tackle the, discriminatory sort of, elements of it on college and campus as well. Another thing that's been discussed at Oxford in particular is rights training. So actually, because the problem is that the prevent duty, if you actually look at it, it sort of, attempts to over supersede established rights in the Equalities Act, in the Education Act in particular. And it's about reasserting those as that these are fundamental rights and principles that are being ignored by prevent as well. So that's just some strategy that's been spoken about in England. But obviously, ultimately, I think it's about being clear. The unions are really powerful and crucial to this, but what you tend to find is there's a big disconnect between, for example, the national executive and local branches. So local branches tend to be far more radical, far more committed, and far more willing to give resources. So just to give you a personal example, I have a lot of good contacts with the UCU in terms of in England and Wales in particular, and what you'll find is that they will, on the issue of prevent, express concerns or quite worried and all the rest of it. But when it comes to, for example, a particular chapter or branch saying, well, if we were to go through on this issue, how far will you back us? And the problem is that most unions, unfortunately, in the South, have not been willing to give that commitment. Say, more or less, you're on your own, really. And I think that there needs to be a really frank conversation within the union as to, is that real solidarity? Is that a real non-compliance policy? Is it just emotionally pass every year at conference and say, well, at least we've done it now, we're going to just keep the members, happy and shut up until next conference? And it's a reality, it's a real concern. And that needs to be addressed. That's not been spoken about far enough. In terms of what's worked as well, I mean, one thing we are encouraged to do is to actually take this onto campuses and colleges and universities in your context. So one thing that you tend to find is that I used to be a vice president of the Federation of Students' Anxieties in a former lifetime. And, I had the privilege of attending at least over 100 universities and colleges across the UK and Ireland. And what you tend to find is that a lot of these anxieties are absolutely terrified in getting involved in anything to do with resisting and boycotting prevent. Not because they don't see the problems of it or they don't understand it. It's more because there's a lack of, they feel there's a lack of support, there's a lack of solidarity if they were to put themselves out there because they're more visible, they're more prone. And I can tell you that as a former anxiety president, as a former student union vice president, and all the rest of it. So what I would say is that what's worked is that you have this push by the UCU branch, the Students' Association or Students' Union, but also getting these anxiety on board. And I think that combination has worked really well in the South as well, because A, it gives confidence and empowers the ISOC to say, you know what, you're not alone, there is support, the lecturers are concerned, the union is concerned, and we want to make sure that we can raise this as a collective. And also you tend to find that a lot more organizing happens when the three are working together. I think it's all well and good, the Student Association having policy, the union branch having policy, but if there's a lack of coordination of the people who are affected most likely by it, then not much is going to happen. I know in England, the issue we had with colleges is that there's no formal student unions in colleges in England, unlike in Scotland. So that's something we're really struggling with at the moment, but it's been a working mechanism that's managed to, first of all, get policy passed, but also actually have organizing. So we had loads of events organized between the NUS and another splinter-off organizations like SNS, or the Students Not Suspects, or the Education Not Informants, and everything, that network. And those networks are really key as well. One thing I just wanted to conclude on very quickly before I move on from prevent into the issue regarding racism. One thing that's quite clear is that, again, I think it's about reiterating what our demands are. I think the idea that you can review or the idea you can amend or you can tinker around to prevent is literally insulting. I mean, to be frank with you, it's not going to work. It will never work. And even if it did work, its fundamental basis is discriminatory. Because the problem you have is that how on earth can you have a policy that is meant to foresee a future, a threat or a crime that even the author of the original study 6 years on say has no predictive validity? So it's about making sure our demands are clear. And what I'm really concerned about, that there's been this huge watering down, because as you've seen the campaign led by many organizations, SACC has been involved there from the beginning, for example, you're seeing a lot of the mainstream voices coming out saying, oh, we need a review, we need to look into this issue. And what you also will find is that there's a huge divergence in focusing on far-right extremism. And I think that's quite problematic. And I'm going to say something quite radical here. I think what you'll tend to find, I mean, there's some early research that's happening on this, and it's not clear, so I don't want to make anything definitive, so don't take my word for it. But what you do tend to find is that there are prevent officers in certain parts of the country that are reporting things as being far-right extremism or neo-Nazi when they're not. All right? There's a lot of anecdotal evidence, and there's a lot of it's based in former mining communities and from working class communities. But but when you actually boil it down, it's not really an example of any far extremism whatsoever. So there's and even internally within Prevent, there's a huge panic as to how as coordinators do we refer what is far extremism. And I think that's the concern. What you'll see is that that's camouflaging the whole idea that we're not racist. There's some fascist or so-called alleged neo-Nazi or alleged far-right guy in Wales or in East Yorkshire referring. So it can't be a racist program, and I think that's a huge distraction operation. And one of our reports, if you can look on our website, cage.ngo, the government has a special unit called RICU, which is the Research Information Communications Unit. It was set up during the Cold War as a means of undermining sort of socialist, left-wing and communist sort of narratives in the UK. It sort of died down, obviously, after the 1990s. But after 2005, what you had is that the government's been pumping £40 million a year. That's what's been declared. We suspect it's probably in the hundreds of millions over a period of 10 years. And their sole job is to do a number of things. First of all, counter-narratives. Pushing out things like this article in the Times, for example, saying we've had this exclusive report of what Channel really looks like. And there's all this hearsay and scandal. It's all not true, which is a whole lot of codswallop, to be very frank with you. And also what you're finding as well, they're becoming more and more keen to creating organizations. So what you'll find is that this unit will have the likes of Saatchi and Saatchi, who's won the new contract to run the communication strategy on how to resist prevent campaigning in the UK, of a tune of £60 million for now, and let's see what happens. But essentially, they will set up and create a number of organizations, and they'll be an organization come along saying we're fighting for women's rights alongside fighting extremism, as an example, right? Undermining established, long-term, grassroots, credible Muslim women-led voices, which is a problem, but also using that as a pretext to then get the idea, or the narrative of radicalization discourse and extremism discourse as a normalized thing. And it's something that's very pervasive. And what you'll find is that they are using these organizations seemingly coming across as grassroots. But what you'll find is their messaging, their social media, their website, their funding. Because I work in strategic communication, it's very obvious. If you go on Facebook and it's constantly being plugged on your feed as a page has been promoted, 9 out of 10 times, it's a Home Office product. That's what they are. They're products. They're not real organizations run by real people, real campaigners, people from the grassroots. So there's a huge campaign. The government has seen an upflow of resistance across the UK in the last year, and they are fighting it with a huge series of measures, and this is one of them. And also the other thing is using the press as well. So what you'll do tend to find is that the press will make all kinds of outrageous claims with regards to prevent. I remember when we did a tour last spring, they were saying that, our organization Cage is lying and scaring people, that the CTS Act, the Counter-Security Act, will have the provisions to remove children from their homes. Now, fast forward a year later, the Sunday Times reports 60 families have had children removed or about to be removed based on this special extremism crack unit. And of those 60 families, we're working on 37 cases. And what Arzu mentioned is absolutely correct. What you're finding is that they're using the same tactic they used on Afro-Caribbean communities in the 80s and the 70s in order to remove children from their families based on, I hate to say it, a Eurocentric reading of what parenting looks like, what a family unit looks like, and what education looks like. And it's really pervasive. And they are being removed based on nothing criminal having happened, but B, an assumption by the social work and social services that there is there's a link between ideas and violence. And that's never been proven in history. There are many reasons why people turn to violence. Having an idea will not automatically lead you to any act of violence. So that's something that we're going to be working on very soon, so watch out for a report on that. But that is a new measure they're using because they've seen what's happening with Prevent, that they're literally taking people's children away. And a lot of the case that I've dealt with is purely for two reasons. They've either refused Prevent intervention and channel, outright, so we're not going to get involved, and said, if you don't get involved, we'll take your kids away because there's a concern here. Why would you refuse it? There must be something wrong there. Or they will use an association. Well, 6 years ago, a mate of yours that we used to go to school with you has been involved in an extremist organization. Now, what we're concerned about is if he's your former mate, well, we need to determine if you have the same extremist mindset. If we can prove that in family courts, then we can prove that you can then, in the future, influence your child to commit a criminal act. And that's really the stuff of 1984. So we have a huge fight on our hands. It's a real, brutal onslaught on people's individual liberties, their family well-being. But at least, there are like-minded people who do recognize that this needs to be resisted. We need to call for a complete abolishment of the Prevent Duty legislation in its entirety. The idea of reform and tinkering is a joke and an insult, to be very frank, to Muslim communities. And it needs to be loud and clear coming from this conference and other meetings like this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I actually agree with everything that you say, and probably I was going to say whatever you said. But the thing is, sometimes people think that we can't do anything about it. But we've heard from the conference that if we do come together, we can. There was a situation in Cambridge, actually, and a lady was abused. She was walking through a park, and she had her scarf pulled off, and she was called names. So she didn't want to report it to the police, but some of the community members and the other organizations, the anti-racist organizations, they heard about it. So what they did was they went and had a picnic on that same spot, brought all the community together, and they said, we're not going to put up with this. And they had banners everywhere saying, we're not going to put up with this. So, we can do something about it at grassroots level. And I mean, all the things that the people are talking about, the policies and everything, not really very sure about everything that they're saying about the governments and stuff. But at grassroots level, definitely we can do something about it. Okay.
Yeah, I think a few points to pick up on. People were talking about Islamophobia as a sort of understandable fear. Of course, fear is exactly what phobia means. That's what the word comes from. But we need to be a bit careful because that fear of Muslims, of Islam as a religion, Muslims as people, that fear has been promoted in a very calculated way by the media and by the government. And as for whether the government's afraid, no, unfortunately, the government isn't at all afraid. Governments in general have a residual fear of the people. Now and again, people can disrupt what governments want to do, so governments have a bit of a fear of people. But most of the time, governments are characterized by hubris, by a really pathological kind of self-confidence. And as Pete was saying, that all this promotion of Islamophobia has been linked to the so-called war on terror. The war on terror, as waged by Britain and the US, is a series of colonial wars whose character is offensive, not defensive. This isn't a fear response by government. This is a strategy to justify an extremely aggressive response by government. Ibrahim was talking a bit about how the government mobilizes to deal with criticism of Prevent. It's kind of important to realize that Prevent has become so toxic that criticism of Prevent is almost an entry ticket for conversations with the Muslim community at all. So you'll find a lot of organizations criticism, some problems with Prevent, but we're working on them, is what police want to hear. That tells them this is a credible organization that might provide us with links to the Muslim community. If once that criticism develops to the point of being a call for resistance, non-cooperation, as Ibrahim was calling for, as we as a campaign call for, you begin to find a different approach. So, you know, be cautious of alleged criticism of Prevent. I think one of the most important points made in the whole of this meeting was being co-opted by the state. That's happening in a really precise and specific way in Scotland, from the Scottish government down. The UAF. So, you know, what's going on is an attempt by the state to manage and control anti-racist activity. This is a state that's actively involved in racist and colonial warfare, and what it wants to have is its forces essentially in the driving seat of anti-racist policies. So it's really, although we need to make the use we can of the fact that the state completely superficially accepts that racism is a bad thing, Islamophobia is a bad thing. We need to keep engaging in them in that and keep holding them to account for that. But what we must not do is accept invitations that place them in the driving seat of this process. It's absolutely essential that we can construct an anti-racist movement that's willing to say get lost to the state, that's willing to link anti-war campaigning with anti-racist campaigning, because whenever you do that, you create an environment that the state can't do anything with, can't penetrate. You know, what it's trying to do is have an anti-racist strategy that is friendly to colonial warfare. If we keep talking about those wars at the same time as we talk about race, we make it much harder for the state to do that. But this is crucially important. I think the operation of Prevent over the past several years in England is one of the factors, not a fringe factor, but my guess is a really significant factor in enabling the rise of the far right and fascism. If we don't develop an anti-racist movement of our own, unconnected with the state, we will be utterly unable to stop the rise of the far right. And a few years on in Scotland, we'll be in the same situation as people are at the moment in England to some degree, and in the US. It's absolutely crucial that we don't allow anti-racism to be co-opted by the state. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That's the end.
The scheduled event will be starting shortly. Independence Live is a group of citizen livestream journalists. We livestream important events which the mainstream media ignore. Indie Live has livestreamed over 700 events since November 2013. Most past events are available to view for free from our website. Our success and continued growth is down to the dedication of our volunteers and the support of our viewers. We cover political, social and cultural events in Scotland and follow news stories locally and across the globe with the help of our foreign citizen correspondents. We currently have over 25 individuals involved with Indie Live, including active groups in both Edinburgh and Glasgow. With more volunteers and resources, we could cover even more of what's really important. Indie Live regularly contributes to Common Space, one of Scotland's most influential independent news and media outlets. We also digital services as important as an independent media. Fortunately, Common Social was launched this year. Follow our page on Common Social and join the conversation in a social network environment developed, managed and controlled from within Scotland. Share, join and support us. Please talk